and I was trying to remember.
And we are live. In our last session, as the party settled into a back room of a trinket shop in Dralamar's rundown Gloomlight district, they received word that Kaelder Maloro would meet with them the following evening. Rogar and Lunalia left to buy provisions and get a message to her Darkling friend Shade, leaving the rest to indirectly witness an after-hours shady deal gone bad in the shop's front room. With the others returning, Noro disposed of the corpse of the Enchanter's assistant, then accompanied Scribble and Louis further into the slums to deal with the murderous ruffians, while Rogar remained behind to watch the shop, and Lunalia took Elisa the shopkeeper to a nearby bathhouse. With the hoodlums dispatched, Scribble followed the summons of Silas the Red, meeting with him beneath the city wall. Silas agreed to forgive Halia's debt as partial payment for placement of a tracking amulet near Ham and Sam, as well as additional payment yet to be mentioned on completion of the job. The night comes to a close less than 24 hours before the meeting with the Elven Wizard, as this week's session begins. So, I don't recall exactly where we left off, but I think we left off with the discussion between Silas and Scribble as the final thing of the night. But if we did anything else, or if we went any further, I'll leave it to you to retcon if you'd like. If there's anything you'd like to do before the night closes, before we skip to the next day, anything you want to do in preparation for the next day's meeting, any conversations to have, any plans to make, please feel free, and I will leave the floor open to the party.
So sorry, are we all back now in the shop?
Yeah, easy enough to say you've all gathered to settle down for the night.
Yeah, I think the rest of us would have all headed back after the hubbub died down.
Monsieur Oiseau, how was your meeting?
Unsurprisingly, Silas was not willing to give everything that we had asked for. And I would have given Louis the trinket to put in the bag of holding.
All right.
Done and done.
He says Hallie is dead as paid. As far as the information that we had asked for, he's not willing to provide it, or he doesn't know it.
Well, that's unfortunate. We had several questions we had asked, didn't we?
I think we asked for 2, and then the promise of not owing anything.
Yeah, and the promise of not owing anything was that was a guarantee.
So he knows the answer to one, but won't answer, and he doesn't know the answer to the other.
But would
we asked about
switch?
We asked about the Crimson Order. We asked about Cadran Aloro, and we asked about information on the green necromantic flame.
So there was 3 questions.
Yeah, so one of those 3 questions he knows the answer to, but doesn't want to tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't say which one.
No, he would not.
But then he also said that he would not answer any of those queries. Correct?
He said one he wouldn't answer, and the others he didn't know.
But he could be lying. Although, why even tell us that much?
Most likely any information that he provided, it would be hard to trust.
I don't like this man.
I don't think anyone does.
So what's our next move?
Well, we have a meeting set up with Caeldra Maloro tomorrow that we've asked Lacerin to accompany us. I don't think we had any other plans.
Do you think after we helped Scribble's friend, the way we did, that she'd be in trouble now?
Not with Silas.
This is outside of the game, but you got info from him that basically said he needs her to continue in the capacity that she's currently working for him, yes?
He didn't say he needs.
Because it's you who met with Silas, right? Just you by yourself? I think me and Louis were still in the building.
Yeah, it was me by myself.
Okay.
Oh, I think he said something to the effect of you don't get to rescue all the maidens.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he also mentioned something about you technically did a favor for him because they were starting to cause more trouble than they were worth.
Yeah.
So getting rid of them was beneficial.
Oh, and that going forward, he'd send the, less... He wouldn't send as many unsavory characters.
Right, they would be more gentlemanly. Which could be worse.
Yeah, it doesn't really say much, yeah.
Scribble, give me an insight check. Just for fun here. Good. As you ponder the events of the evening, conversation with Silas, as well as how quickly he agreed to give up Hallia's dad. You become fairly certain that he is, he's found in you, something of value. You and perhaps your friends. And he's trading up, in a manner of speaking. By repaying, or by considering Halia's debt settled. It's garnering favor with you. By not forgiving Elisa's debt, it gives you something further to work towards. You're fairly certain, in the circles that you've traveled in and the people you've dealt with, that he is significantly more interested in business dealings with you now than with either of those other two, or perhaps other people. You've definitely proven yourself to be somewhat of value, and have an opportunity to continue doing that. So there's perhaps a chance to settle Elisa's debt as well, but it would require further work.
Do I get anything or an idea of how long that she's had the debt with him?
It's probably been longer. Your estimation would be it's been longer than your absence. That she probably, you would guess that he came to her at some point when the shop was struggling, because her shop's been around for some years and it's never done well, but it's always been there. It's hard to say. Definitely not something new. He's definitely been under his thumb for some time.
Alright, that's kind of what I thought.
You remember perhaps 3 or 4 years ago, she suddenly fixed the place up a little bit better and seemed to have a little extra cash on hand for what little trinkets and things that you'd bring by. Maybe that's when it happened. This escalation of the use of her front of house after hours is probably a more recent thing. So you would estimate that the debt began some years ago, but repayment of that debt was only started recently. Like he came calling probably after you left. Because you've been around enough you would have seen, that shady sort of people hanging around the place after hours. Like, that's something that you definitely would have known about that if that was happening while you were still in town.
Okay.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, Nora wants to ask his bird friend if there was anything else that he might have picked up, that Silas was maybe scheming on. Because, we weren't there.
Nothing that I would think. Like Poker said.
Okay.
Scheming, my dear Goliath. My cards are all on the table. I'm Silas.
Nora follows up with, I'm starting not to like this whole city thing.
Agreed.
No honor, nobody talks straight. Just...
Yes.
Pff. Nora does this, hand waving. Pff.
It's all lies and bad smells.
That's it.
Does Linelia still have the hat of disguise on? Like, I'm assuming anytime she leaves, the safety of this place.
Yeah, if we're not in the hideout, it's on.
Okay.
Other than that, the brief bit in the bathhouse.
I will assume that it is on then, anytime you're out. Cool.
Yes.
And the rest of you are just appearing as yourselves. You're not making any attempts to disguise yourselves, appear differently, anything.
Nope.
Well, Rogar isn't, at least.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, Louis just looks like Louis.
Alrighty.
Monsieur Loiseau, at this point, have we committed to working for this man Silas? I do not know that this truly benefits us at all. We asked for, he said, name your price. We asked for 5 things. We get 2. I do not know that this is an advantageous relationship for us to pursue.
The deal was half payment up front, and then half later.
So did he tell you that the information he doesn't know, will he work on that for us?
I doubt it. And I doubt we could trust what he told us anyway.
So why do this? Why plant this for him? Why do we work for him? Why do we not just go to Ham Sam and tell him, hey, this man wants something from you? Why do we get involved? What do we really gain from this? I see nothing.
That's a good question.
My thought is that if he's already gotten rid of the debt for Halia and has said that we aren't going to be called upon again, if we don't do the job, he might just revoke those 2 things and Halia might get her debt back and we might be called on again.
Do we really want a devil or fiend running around in the city?
Well,
Also that.
he did say that we had to plant it, or rather that you did. That's what the deal is for. He didn't say not to tell Ham and Sam after it's been planted.
Or before?
I mean, there are men that are worse than devils or fiends. These things it is all a scale. I do not care either way, as long as they are not doing something actively that is a terrible thing. But I do not know, there are 2 sides here. And the time has come for us to choose what we do. Or we could play both sides. I do not know. But we should all have an understanding together of how we wish to proceed with these 2 factions.
I think we need to hear what Ham and Sam has to say. And once we have heard both sides, then we can decide to go with one, the other, or neither. My only interest in either side is the information that I require. If neither side can provide it, I have no interest in helping them.
Well, that
But
is another thing. This is not our... we have no dog in this fight. We have no skin in this game. It does not matter. It does not affect us. And the missions that we are trying to accomplish is their way. Oui?
Yes.
I
Although
don't know
I
if that's
would like to
completely
see,
true.
I would like to see Scribble's friend let go.
If the Master of Coin in Dralamar decides that Phandalin receives no more help, or withdraws the help,
That is true. The
Yeah,
mine
we're-
that we have an interest in could come into conflict.
Yeah, we're not directly influenced by these 2 sides, but the people around us might be, which would make things worse for us indirectly.
C'est possible, however, if the town of Phandalin now has the funding of a silver mine, does it need the assistance of the Master of Coin of Tralamar?
Well, the town currently can't really protect itself. It has a small militia. But the army, or the militia that we encountered heading down, was sent by Dralamar to help beef up their security, was it not?
It was.
If Dralamar receives word, or Ham and Sam and or Silas, that we aren't playing along, is it not possible but that those Dralamar men would turn on the town and put it under martial law or something equivalent?
C'est possible, however, I mean, this is hypothetical, oui? I mean, there is
Yes.
no precedent for that to happen, and us helping one of these people or the other people, I do not know how it affects that situation. The only vested interest that we have at this point is that two of our friends, or friends of Monsieur Poiseau, are in debt to this man Silas. But we all agree that he is not a good man, and we do not like him. And then he doesn't like Ham and Sam, who we all kind of agree we don't really like him either. So why not just fuck off? At least
Because-
after this. We do this, we tell Ham and Sam, hey, this guy wanted to know this, we did this, you're welcome, we told you. But then we walk away. Or if that doesn't work, we run away.
I have to continue operating in Dralamar until I get the information that I need and find the people I'm here to find. And if disagreeing or rubbing one of those two the wrong way will somehow impede that, that would be a detriment to me. I am willing to play along until I get the information that I need. Within reason. I think that we need to speak to Ham and Sam, get his side of it, and then decide. And until we meet with Keldra Maloro, who might have the answers that we need, I don't think we should decide one side or the other. I think we should adopt a wait and see.
I suppose that works. Just, we do this one thing, we get rid of this, but I mean, we do not know which one of them is worse. We do not know if we help one, we piss off the other. Which one makes our life more difficult? We do not know. But anyway, okay. Either way, we have to wait for Ham and Sam to contact us. We do not know how to talk to him.
I believe Scribble was told that he would most likely be contacted. Soon.
So
Was
we
it-
just
Was it Silas that told him that?
No, it was
It was his henchman.
Oh,
Dresden.
Lacerin? Oh, Dresden.
Dresden. Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't sure when it would happen, but likely that Hammond would know that you're in the city within a day or so, and if he had need for you, he would send for you.
He is also the master of coin of this town. If we needed to seek him out, I'm sure he's not hard to find.
he is probably not hard to find, but he might be hard to get an audience with. So we wait until that he reaches to us. Tonight, At sundown, we go to Harakan Chalice and meet Caldron Aloko.
Yes.
What do we want to do until then?
Well, I have a few projects I need to work on.
I'd like to see to something personal in the city before meeting with Keldrum.
I agree. I think you all should visit the bathhouse. I'm sure Noro will share some of his soap.
And he like grabs his like soap tighter.
Do you just have the one bar with you, or you got like all 16 of them?
He's got to have at least 3 bars. It's just one's on a rope.
Hey, didn't you
Yeah.
buy him more? Didn't somebody buy him more soap?
Yes.
I don't think any of us told the others that we were buying Noro soap, and yeah, Lunalia bought one, Rogar bought one, and Noro got one for free.
It's like my security blanket.
So are you going tonight to do this, Rogar?
I can either go tonight or I can go earlier in the day. I might have a better chance earlier in the day.
Do you need directions somewhere?
No, I have a feeling I know where I can head to, or I can find what I'm looking for.
If there is nothing major that we want to accomplish, I am happy to go back to my tinkerings as well.
What time of night is it right now?
It's got to be fairly late. Probably pushing midnight.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I thought we had rested and it was the next morning. Okay.
I mean, it can be, but
Well, yeah. Shall we rest?
Yeah, I'm good.
Push that long rest button.
so is
And
there
the
anything?
confirm button?
Is there anything anyone wanted to do before they went to bed, other than mundane things? And if so, what would be the time? Fast forward to tomorrow.
The only thing I would have done was try to just console Elisa a little bit, but we don't need to RP it out.
All right.
Yeah, I
would
guess-
you tell her what you did?
I would tell her that they won't be back, and that her shop should be a little safer.
Let me just make a roll here. She seems to decide to not ask you any further detail. Not now, anyway. She has that what did you do look on her face.
I think she knew what I was intending.
Oh yeah. Roger?
I would just go around the shop and make sure like, the doors and whatnot are closed and locked.
Yeah, easy. You check the place and make sure it's secured. Make a perception check as you do.
Ooh. Oh well.
Oh, never mind then. Wow. Is that a 1 and a 2? Oh no. Never mind. 4 and a 5. Alrighty. Yeah, everything seems to be in order, and you certainly don't notice anything strange. Evening falls tonight. You all rest as well as you can in a small room. Your bedrolls laid out shoulder to shoulder. However they are. But it's safe enough. And it's, away from spying eyes. A restful night's sleep, and morning comes. The sounds of the city settle in about you quite early. The stomp of hooved feet, the clack of wagon wheels on stone, the sound of merchants going about their day, and bums and beggars, an early start. What would you like to do? Have until evening.
Noro's gonna want to go to the market to basically buy some new jewelry for his little derms.
For his what nows?
Little derms, my Goliaths have this bumpy bones.
Mm.
And it's like traditional to dress them.
Ah.
And up to this point, he's never done it, but he's interested in going and doing that.
Weird,
But he doesn't.
cool.
But,
Okay.
let's say I didn't tell like what it was for, but more like that's what I'm gonna go do. Like I'm gonna go look for jewelry, and then that's it. There we go. Which is all weird.
Like he says that to the group and then just leaves?
Yeah.
The rest of you are left kind of looking at each other awkwardly as the big man awkwardly states that and then stumbles out the door.
He's also antsy. Doesn't want to be in there again.
So, explain to us what Noro looks like as far as like his skin texture. Does he have like rocky, craggy bumps here and there, like on his shoulders and arms and stuff?
Yes, right. Like he's bald, right? He would have like bumps on throughout his arms, like shoulders, neck, face area. And that's pretty much that would be it. And then he's wearing like his bear fur that he got from so long ago.
Yeah, like he's got a bear fur sort of bear hide around his sort of neck and shoulders, and then he's got like shoulder armor strapped on over top of that, right?
Yes.
Bare chested with like a baldric and a kilt.
Yep.
All right. So Noro, you head out to the market district, and I'm just gonna I'll drop a little. Well, let's see. Go to the Dralamar map, and we'll drop a. Oh, come on, where are you? There we go. We'll drop a little Noro on the map. Nope. Put you on the token layer.
There, I see it.
You go wandering off into the market district. In search of jewelry. For your nubbly bits.
For my number.
What else we got? Anybody else looking to do anything? And Hummer, let me know if you want to RP that, or if you're just looking to throw some gold and get something decorative.
I'm just gonna slap some gold and something decorative. RP.
Well, let's do that real quick then. Why don't you make a... Ooh, I don't know, let's say a perception check. And that'll kind of help me determine how long it takes for you to find what you're looking for.
Okay.
Meanwhile, is anybody else after anything?
Lunoli's not after anything, but she's either going to head to the docks or to the main water that flows through the town.
All right, so south of the market district, there is a rather large canal with two large stonework bridges over it at intervals. The canal itself is a good 40 feet or so across, deep with artificial walls to it. Like it looks like this may have been actually a man-made channel that's carved through the city. There are small boats moored at short docks along its sides. Stairs carved into the stone walls run down to them. And it looks like the channel is used to ferry goods from ships in Prosper Bay all the way up into the market.
Okay, so it is busy with boat traffic.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's space, but yeah, there are boats that pass through, small boats, 15 to 20 foot.
Yeah, the dock district I think is a little bit too far for her to go. She'll head for the canal, but maybe towards the market gate.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she wants to go down by the water and not be too far away from base, but away from some people. And she's got a project she's working on. She'll take it with her.
Okay.
She's got some bone carving to do.
Anyone else?
Rogar is going to head into the market district, and is there any guards around?
Yeah, so the surprising lack of guards in Gloomlight Alley. Actually, you want make a perception check as well. Let's see how much you pick up on. So Gloomlight Alley is normally, or at least normally a day or so you've been in town, devoid of any sort of official presence. You do notice the presence of a couple of guards in the alley, and when I say the alley, not just the alley proper, but the area about it. A few guards milling about, a couple on one corner and one a couple blocks down, as well as a couple fellows in sort of just plain clothes. Looks like merchants wear. But one of them is speaking with the guards in a commanding fashion, and it catches your attention. The medieval equivalent of, cops sniffing around the neighborhood.
Right.
So you notice a little 5-0.
That weren't here previously?
Correct.
Okay. I will keep a mental note of that then.
One of the guards eyes you from a distance, and then just sort of looks down the street, like non-verbal move along.
Yeah, Rogar will head into the busier market district then.
And here there are pairs of guards all about. You can't go more than a couple blocks without, seeing either a pair of city guard on patrol or, one of the lesser sort of local bailiffs, out looking for pickpockets and thieves. So if you're looking for directions, yeah, there's plenty of people you can find.
Yeah, Rogar will head to a couple of guards and ask for directions to a shrine or temple of Bahamut.
The one looks at the other and thinks for a second. Right, you head on to South Bank Commons. There's well, it's not a temple of sorts, but there's a statue there of that old paladin. You might find someone hanging around there who can help you.
That's just to see if Rogar would pick up what he means by that old paladin.
You're not sure. But, the area he's talking about. He gives you a little bit better directions than I said out loud, but he points you in this direction.
Alright, Rogar will head in that direction then.
Put a little Rogar on the map there.
Little Rogar, 10 times the biggest Hummer.
I'm drowning in the river.
Put a little Lunalia on the map here. Scribble, where are you off to?
Well, Scribble would first ask Louis what his plans for the day were. And then he would be ignored.
Maybe he's taking a shit. You don't know.
I mean, he could give us a talk while he's taking a shit.
Or as they say in Flame, he's taking a merd.
Yep.
He's creating the scrying jar. He must be pooping.
I mean,
Or
Probably
he can't hear us
interrupting
at
me.
all.
yeah.
Oh, that could be too.
Before the night ended, didn't Weeray, or I guess Louis didn't, he mentioned that he was going to be tinkering with stuff most of the day?
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I just have some little projects that I was working on.
And so I was gonna ask, Louis, if he had any ideas on how to how to play the two sides against each other.
I do not know. I mean, I guess, there is a ways that we could, be, we could be a double agent for both of them. But I do not know the stakes of this game. And so it is hard to figure out what exactly we are trying to accomplish. You know?
Neither do I.
And I mean, playing them against each other, it sounds very fun. It sounds interesting, but there is a potential that it could all go wrong at any point. And then, what do we... It's very high risk, but I do not know the reward. So I think we need to learn more information. We go to him and Sam. We say, hey, we got this thing from Silas. So we fulfill our bargain with him, and we are transparent with him and Sam, and go from there, I guess. But that could leave every door open.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
But then, to go from there, I think we need to know more.
I just wanted your opinion. You seem like the only other one who's been around a city and might know some politics amongst our party.
I do not know politics all that well, but I've read of them so much. It is interesting, but I would prefer not to end up dead.
Agreed. I will leave you to your tinkering. So
That's
since
fair.
will we just go? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Let's say after just talking with him for a couple minutes, Scribble would probably go out, and then just maybe go to the around the place that we're going to be going for a meeting, and then just where's it at? It's still like in a busier city part, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's give me a second here.
I can't remember the name of the place.
I'm bad with names.
So
It's
just
called
Harlequin's
Harlequin's
Chalice.
Chalice.
Mm.
It is in the southern part of the market district, just a couple blocks away from the canal.
Okay. Well, Scribble would go like across the street or down the corner, and do some begging for some coins and just listening to see what he could pick up.
So maybe you shift your cloak to look something a little more tattered than usual, a little dirtier than usual, and go find yourself a street corner. Make a let's see, what's a good skill for blending in a city? I don't just want to pick stealth. That's an easy go-to. Although you are trying to look, I guess, like you fit in.
Performance?
Performance, persuasion.
Yeah, performance
deception.
wouldn't be bad. Deception would probably be a pretty solid choice for that.
It's going to be a charisma roll.
Yeah, I'd say deception. Go ahead and make a deception check. You could make it with advantage because you're slipping into old ways, right? It's definitely not hard for you to look like something you were not more than 6 months ago. Thing for that advantage. You find a spot not far from your destination that looks good, sort of out of the way, gives you a good vantage point of the front of the building. What is it you're looking to find here?
Just listening. Just anything that might be useful for later on.
You go into the chalice, or are you just kind of hanging around the front of the building?
No, I was just hanging out, like I said, doing some begging, listening to conversations.
Make a perception check as you do that. You do know that the building itself, and I'll just throw to the map here. Ignore some of the tokens around. I have it set up for later, but you find just off the main street, a little spot maybe here, under a narrow wooden walkway between rooftops that is somewhat shaded in the morning sun. A shaded spot to keep an eye out. There is a small plaza in front of the building with a large 20-foot across alcove with benches where folk come and sit around a small fire pit. You listen to chatter from a distance. Occasionally somebody will go inside and come out with a steaming mug of something. Plate of meats. As locals sit and enjoy a morning chat, perhaps on their way to work or on a quick break. You're familiar with this building, and you know that the eastern side of the building is a small, long-term rented or perhaps leased residence of You're not entirely sure whom. There are several folk who are in and out of that building. However, it is quiet. No one in or out today. And let's see, are there any windows? If you have a wander about, no light flickers in any of the windows. That space, it seems to be vacant at the moment. I'm talking about this area over here. You might have peeked in a window now and then, out of curiosity, perhaps maybe once you snuck in there. And that's, I'll leave the map revealed like that, but you basically know it's like a residence or a small barracks for maybe an adventuring party or, you know, some local mercenaries. The rest of the tavern is as you remember it. 2 stories, the second floor, a half floor. Rooms for the inn, sharing the space with a large open deck surrounded by railing where, you know, overflow from the tavern inside spills out onto the rooftop, and there's a bit of a stage where, you know, bards play and people dance and sing and drink when weather permits, retreating back to the cover of the bar below when a storm blows through. You sit and pass the time with your deception check. You manage to make 5 silver as a coin is tossed at you now and then. And you learn the following by listening to these folk. And I won't RP it, but I'll just give you a couple of bullet points. Back room's been booked out by some noble tonight. As well as some of the tables. You hear some grumbling of a couple of the folks sitting around the fire pit outside. You hear mention of a strange cloaked woman with fiery hair that's been hanging around. And you hear mention of the blades. I'll have you make a, how about a history check with advantage? Hard to place. The reference isn't solid enough. Something about the blades being in town. Well, that's about all you learn from your time here.
Would it seem important enough that I would care about the blades being in town?
Maybe. It's the one piece that you don't quite understand.
All right.
With your perception check of 26, you do pick up on 2 individuals, both wearing brown traveling cloaks, pulled tight over. You don't really see much under their cloaks at first, but you catch a glint of red. Of crimson robe. You watch them a little closer, and you see beneath long sleeves golden wristbands. You watch them for a while, and they walk around the building slowly, chatting amongst themselves. In a rather unassuming way. But as they do, you see one of them Oh yeah. You see one of them wave his hand over the wall here and there below windows. And there is just a bit of an arcane glimmer as a rune sinks into the wall of the building and disappears. He does it several times, once at each window. And they disappear out of sight around the far side of the building.
It's booby trapped.
Anything else you want to do?
No, that's just gathering information, seeing what might help.
Alrighty. Rogar, you find yourself nearing your destination. You think you're lost at first, but from a couple blocks away, you see the what looks like the point of a sword raised towards the sky above a low building. And as you pick up pace and walk towards it, you come around the corner to see a 15-foot tall granite statue of a paladin in full plate armor, a shield at one side with a dragon embossed in it, and a very familiar looking sword raised high. Beyond it is just a simple building. Its porch held aloft by columns. Just a simple one-story building, square, about 30 feet across. An open doorway leads to a courtyard within.
I will... I guess just like looking at the statue, just... I guess Rogar's grip on the... Rogar will just like grip the sword at his side a little and then make his way into the building.
You notice the base of the statue is cracked and crumbling. The cobblestone courtyard around it is in a bit of disrepair. You know, the stones are worn and dingy, a few of them missing, some potholes here and there with standing water in them. Place isn't perhaps visited as often as it could be, nor is it maintained as well as other parts of the city. As you approach the building, a tall figure appears in the doorway, bows deeply. A familiar figure. Large, curled horns on either side of his alabaster white bald head. A fringe of hair hanging from the back. The tall old white tiefling bows deeply, and as he rises, you see the shimmer of his golden eyes. Good morning. I thought you might be along.
I wasn't expecting you to be here, honestly.
Ha! Right. The horns. Far be it for a tiefling to be a priest. Well, we are not all what we appear.
Are you the... Oh god, what are they called? Pastor? Or no? I guess the priest of this shrine or temple.
I tend to this place. It is perhaps less a temple and more a meeting place. Not used now in many years. But I wait for the day it is again. Come. Let us have words. And he just turns and walks into the courtyard within.
Rogar will follow behind him.
It is a very simple space. Marble and granite. In disrepair. There are cracks in the building throughout that have it's seen too many years and too much weather, and there is a dinge that has grown up the walls a bit. Mold and moss even in some places. The stonework gone too many years without a good scrub. And as he leads you into the courtyard, it is just a very simple place. No furniture. Just a large open courtyard with some overgrown grass and unkempt trees and brush that looked like they were tended to at one point but have grown wild since. The eaves of the building that surrounds this courtyard cast shadows, but in the center, bright light that occasionally dims as clouds race by. So, why are you here? You seek a path? Answers? What are your questions?
I don't really know, I guess. I guess I came here looking for answers for what I should do, I guess. My clan was... We all believed in Bahamut and everything. It was kind of a part of my childhood, but I never really followed in like the priesthood or anything like that. So I don't really know how much of Bahamut's blessing I have.
He kind of looks off into the distance and then smiles. Looks back at you. He does not choose you. You choose him. If you wish to follow him, he is in your heart already. But know that what he stands for is just and good. If there is any evil in your heart or in your hands, he will not stand for it. I see you carry her sword. I noticed it yesterday when we met. I know where it is from. I know who guards it. If he saw you fit to carry it, even for a time, you have already begun on a journey.
It is very much a wonderful weapon. I can tell that it's had numerous fights in it. And it did help with our mission with taking care of a dragon.
What do you intend to do with it next? More dragons?
I don't really know what this next dragon is, if she even is one, but once we figure out how to beat her, if we can, then I will return it back to its proper owner.
He just nods. again, his eyes glitter as they look off into the far distance. And, back to you again. Where I'm from, Tarkos. Far to the south, across a shining blue ocean. There are no gods. Only men. People have a different sense of faith. Not that gods do not exist there, for they very much do. Their influence is seen, but they are not worshipped. Only regarded as other beings. Powerful in their own right, but, well, not gods. Perhaps it is belief like that that led me to Bahamut. For he is less a god and more... He kind of looks in the air about for... as if to pluck a word from the air. More a patron. A benefactor. An elder. Come. I have something for you. Perhaps it will help. He leads you to a small chamber in part of the building that surrounds the courtyard. Not a large room, only about 7 feet across and 15 feet long. Lit dimly with glowing blue-white stones embedded in the walls. At the far end of it, there is a simple carved marble, not really an altar, just more a large marble box. He walks up to it and with some effort lifts a lid off of it, places it gently aside. He reaches within and withdraws on a long silver chain a single scale. Holding it by the chain, he reaches out to hand it to you.
Rogar will, I guess, take it by the chain?
Wear this.
What? Oh, okay.
Read it.
We'll put it on.
As you put it on, you lift the scale, and the scale is nearly the size of the palm of your hand. The front side of it is pearlescent. Metallic, but it has a shine to it that ripples in the light. With purples and pinks and golds and blues. A very mother-of-pearl sort of look to it. And as you turn it over, on the back side, which is rougher and dull, there are carved in draconic tenets of the faith. Justice and good. Honor and fealty. Honor and respect the innocent. Protect the lesser. Correct the enemies of justice and good. Honor and forbearance for oneself. It's almost illegible to you. The dialect of Draconic is old. It would be like you or I trying to read like Middle English. And as you read it over and over, the words are too simple. There must be something more. Seeming to sense that, he smiles broadly and he says, "There is nothing more. following the Platinum Dragon is to walk in his footsteps. He leads by example. He protects the world about us from many evils. Do good. Show compassion to the weak. Help those who cannot help themselves. Teach those who can. Follow your heart. And, if you have time, go find Zerikan and have him teach you to sword fight.
Well, I already kind of got into a fight with him. Or more of a spar, I guess, to prove if I was worthy or not.
He smiles and nods. He will have more lessons to teach you than I. I am not much for combat. But you need advice. You have a crisis of faith. You find yourself lost. Or you are in need of help. Come here. Your heart is true and pure. This is sanctuary for you and those you defend.
Thank you.
He nods deeply.
I guess I just... I don't really know what to do recently. Myself and my companions are not necessarily in a bind, but we've been asked to do a job for someone who isn't exactly the nicest of people. But it's nothing illegal or anything bad in nature, I don't think. It's just a simple talk to this person who is also evil, I guess, and see if they're hide this device, which our wizard companion has mentioned, just determines if they're a fiend.
My boy, you need no device. If the dragon is with you. Only your eyes. The righteous path is beset on all sides by evil. There is a narrow line you walk, down the middle. You will find good in this job you do. When you find that chance to do good, take it.
I also don't know how to put this other than I'm not like my companions who are... It's much easier for them to do certain things that I myself can't.
We have a word for that in Tarkos. Murder hobo.
I suppose that is a way of putting it, but I understood why they did it.
Everyone has reasons, but the end does not always justify the means. For the means drag you down to darkness. You must walk in the light. There is always a solution. There is always a solution in the light. It's not always the easiest, You must search. You must fight. You may even have to die for it. But you will find it. Look hard enough. You hear somebody from outside the room, just sort of... Chrono? Excuse me. Turns and leaves the room, and if you follow him, you see him meet with someone, short, hood up, traveler's cloak that covers rusted armor, rusted tarnished armor. And behind him is a figure also hooded and robed, but you see a bit of his face. Bluish skin, bluish green skin with familiar ripple patterns through it. Long hair that falls out from under the hood that sort of waves about almost as if it's floating underwater. Somebody that reminds you of somebody you know very well.
Frogar's just going to, I guess, not really catching himself, but stare intently at the tall hooded figure.
You see him take a couple of steps back, and the shorter armored figure reaches for a sword. No, we are all friends here. He turns to you. Apologies, I have guests I need to tend to. You understand, yes? I think
Yes.
you have a friend very similar. And he smiles. There's a bit of a twinkle an almost magical twinkle in his eyes.
He was peeping at the bathhouse.
No, he saw through your illusion.
Also, you took off your hat in front of him.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yes, I did.
Frogar will just turn to the two hooded figures and just bow. Just mention, I'm sorry, you just reminded me of one of my companions.
The taller figure nods apprehensively. Yes, please excuse my acolyte. He is brash and new. Come, we'll find you a safe place. Rogar, please excuse me. I must tend to my guests for a while. He smiles broadly before he goes and says, "You see? We are always doing good work. Tell your friend, our people will be safe here. We've already begun to look for them around the city."
I'm sure she'll be happy to know. Is it alright if I bring her here to meet with them, or should I wait?
Yes, but take caution. Do not let her be seen entering this place. No, I must go. He turns, and the three of them disappear through a door that you hadn't previously seen. Just a seam opens in the stone wall of the building, facing into the courtyard. As he pushes on a certain spot, the door slides open, grinding just a bit as it swings slowly, and they disappear into a secret passage.
Huh.
And you are left alone in the courtyard with your dragon scale.
I guess Roger will just kind of like tuck it into his clothes, and if the place looks like it hasn't been like if it hasn't been tended to, he'll start working on it.
Oh, all right. Well, there is a small fountain that has some standing water in it, and you take perhaps a scrap of cloth that you might have, or tear a bit off the end of your cloak and wet it and start to I guess scrub some of the stonework where it's the dirtiest. You don't really.
Yeah.
There's no like gardening tools or anything here. Like it's literally just an old courtyard that has seen too many years and not enough maintenance.
I mean,
Alright.
he's got carpenter's tools if that'll ever, if he needs to use any of those tools.
All right.
But also like take care of the grass and whatnot.
Cool. So you spend some time looking after the place. Lunalia, you find your way down to the riverbank, just outside the city walls. It's relatively quiet here. Across the canal, you can see there are some fishermen, small boats in the river, and some small fields where folk are working, harvesting vegetables and such. But here on the north bank of the canal, where it meets the river, it's relatively quiet, and you find a bit of solitude. Is there something that you were looking to do or work on, or?
Yeah, she's spent some time, but she hasn't had a whole lot of time to work on it. It's a project for Louis. So she's got a rather large piece of dragon spine that she's been sort of scrimshawing, carving. And she's about halfway done, so she's going to spend a couple of hours sitting on the edge. She might have her feet in the water. She'll, take her boots off and just put them beside her with her feet in the water, and she's going to work away at it. She's got her hat on, but her cloak is also up. And she'll just sit with her knife, carving away at this relatively large piece of dragon bone.
Alrighty.
She does look up from time to time. She's keeping an eye out for people that are like her. They tend to, she gravitates to water, so that's part of the reason why she's down at the water. She's looking out while she's working on this thing.
Sorry, I'm just getting a couple other. Ooh, big bird. A couple other tokens on the map here.
Big bird.
Yeah, I just dropped a big scribble on the map. And the biggest gnome you've ever seen. Put Louis there. Louis, I'm guessing you're just hanging out at the shop.
Yep.
Okay. Well, Noro, you managed to find your pick of jewelry, all sorts of things, several different shops. It's all quite overwhelming. You were lost for fucking hours. If you're okay with me dipping into your coin a little bit,
Yep.
You find yourself 10 gold lighter, but you are wandering down the street with a leg of, you're not even entirely sure what animal it is, but it is roasted and it is delicious. A massive leg of something in one hand, a sack of various baked goods, some sweet, some savory, in your other hand. You've got several different necklaces of various teeth and small horns and tusks around your neck, as well as it's not really a necklace, but it's just a string of garlic heads. You look like a tourist that's wandered through the market district, and everybody has just thrown shit at you and taken money from you. and you've been assaulted. This is the result of your your natural one trying to find something. You've bought literally everything but the thing you came to look for, and more out of just like, you know, bewildered confusion with, you know, people shouting at you and shoving stuff into your hands and you know, then demanding coin afterwards, and so here you are, but you have managed to find, after several hours wandering around the market district and wide-eyed and completely confused, you have managed to find, you're reminded of the first time you ran into Scribble. You were probably in a similar state, but you do manage to find several shops that sell a variety of you know, types of rings, bracelets, bands, bangles, you know, things that can be, you know, piercings and all sorts of other body work that can be done. No Goliaths, but a few other races that you run into.
Yeah.
If there is something specific you're looking for, great. If there's a specific conversation you're looking for, let's have it. But if not, then with the money I've taken you and the various things I've given you, along with that, you also find your jewelry.
Okay. Noro is specifically looking for like a ram horn jewelry.
All right.
It could be like a pair of ram horns, or it could be a ram horn, and that's what he's specifically looking for.
And how would you wear that?
It would be a piece he would buy, but he wouldn't put it on yet. And because if I was to wear it, I'd actually would probably put it on my necklace first. And it would, and then personally, Nora would try to think of where he would put it. But meanwhile, as he would have it, if it's there, he would put it on a necklace and wear it there.
Yeah, easy enough. You know, you find someone selling, you know, live sheep and goats. Then you ask around a bit more, and you end up finding a shop that sells a variety of horns and fangs and tusks. Some, you know, a pair of ivory tusks longer than you are tall, and massive, you know, curved, curling horns. Some of them are carved decoratively into, you know, into flagons and cups and that sort of thing, and others are sold just raw for, you know, to be worked into whatever. Yeah, within that 10 gold, you manage to also pick up the horns you're looking for, a pair of them.
Yay! And Noro, just being the way he is, knowing that he's flustered about what has happened, he just takes whatever was given to him and just leaves it on the table.
Well, like all of the other stuff that you had, or?
Yes, because he doesn't know what to do with it.
So like all the like random necklaces and garlic cloves and all that stuff, you just kind of like leave it there, and,
yes,
and walk off with your ram horns in each hand.
Yes.
I imagine maybe you come back for your meat.
Oh yeah, my meat leg. Sorry, and then like walk off.
Awesome. Well, unless anybody has anything else they want to do, kind of looking more towards Scribble about the place that he's casing, or if there's anyone he wants to talk to about anything he heard before the evening, I could fast forward us to the meeting.
Yeah, I mean, Lunalia's going to sit there and carve for a good portion of the day while she's watching comings and goings.
Well, it sounds like Rogar is going to tend to the temple
Clean.
grounds for some
Yeah,
time.
he'll tend to the temple grounds until it gets close to the time that we need to meet up.
You know, Noro's spent hours shopping. Louis always got something to keep him busy that he's working on.
I might have like wandered around and tried to find someone I knew who might know who the Blades were, since it seemed curious.
All right. Well, I mean, you do have a contact in Gloomlight that you can go talk to if you wanted to, or you could go try and dig up another old acquaintance or something. You tell me, and I'll tell you what you need to roll.
No, I probably wouldn't want to go to that guy. That would probably draw attention. Someone like, you know, that wouldn't necessarily draw any attention.
Like one of your old street contacts?
I don't know. I might like. Would I have noticed the guards there?
Yeah, you know what? Make a perception check with advantage for that. Yeah, with I'm thinking with that roll, maybe it kind of dawned on you later that there was a little extra police activity around Gloomlight Alley this morning, and I kind of didn't pay any attention, but now thinking back, they were a few blocks further into the alley than they usually are. As you're kind of thinking about like places to go and go back and talk to the fence, that might draw too much attention. Speaking of attention, the cops was buzzing about this morning. That's weird. I didn't pick up on that earlier. Huh. You start to get a bad feeling about it. Maybe that's the deciding factor for you not going to go see him.
Damn Popo.
Yep. Well, you could make a... You could make an insight check. Insight check, the city.
The city. City says, fuck you, Scribble.
The city is lying to you.
Yeah, you might be in the wrong part of town here. You wander about a little bit, trying to dredge up an idea of an information broker, maybe a bartender somewhere. Your mind keeps drawing you back to the Chalice, but there's got to be a little seedier spot. You start thinking about it, and in South Bank, you recall a little watering hole, just a little hole-in-the-wall pub, Sharky's. Just on the corner of the slums, right about there. Just off the bridge. You kind of think that maybe if you went wandering into there, you might get shanked. You might have a piss water drink. You might come out of there with some information. You're not quite sure what'll happen. But if you went in there asking questions, they'd probably get treated with some discretion, at least.
Alright, I might go do that then.
Alright. You find yourself wandering that direction. You get just over the bridge, and the familiar sight of the completely unmarked little pub, if it could be even be called that. It's like a basement room, old stone and dank tile. Somehow, even though it's a bright sunny day, there is water dripping in this place from somewhere. As you descend the broken steps in, the denizens of this bar at 10 in the morning, 11 in the morning are just the dregs of civilization. People who probably haven't been sober in weeks. The The bartender you vaguely recognize. You don't recall his name. Tall, gaunt fellow with a halo of wispy hair that he wears, kind of like a pauper's crown. Days of grizzle at his chin, a milky eye. He squints at you with the other one as you come stumbling down the steps. Whatever trinkets you got, I'm not buying them. I take coin only.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got no need for Kenku trinkets. Take silver and gold. Platinum, though I doubt you'd have it. What are you having? Ale?
What if the trinkets came from one of the blades?
Ooh. Side check. What do you know about the blades? He looks very briefly at the back corner of the room and then back.
Not a thing. I'll have an ale.
Right. He fetches you your ale, places a mug on the counter, then taps twice on the counter. Waits for you to put coin down. Doesn't tell you how much it is. Seeing what you pay.
What would someone pay? Let's see.
Well, someone might...
I think he's asking for for more to point him out or do something.
Might be thinking right.
But I just don't know, in these times, this is where I struggle with the money conversion.
Oh yeah. Grabbing the actual player's handbook because I am terrible at looking shit up on D&D. I'm pretty sure an ale is something on the line, 3 copper. Yeah, here we go. A mug of ale is 4 copper. I was off by 1.
Alright, then I'll just throw down 2 silver.
He looks at it, looks at you, lets out a long sigh, takes it and throws it in his pocket. You're lucky they don't come in here as often as they used to. Looks back at the back corner of the room, and if you glance over your shoulder, you'll see it's an empty table. He was maybe checking when you said blades loudly if anybody had noticed. What are you doing pickpocketing the black blades? You know that's a good way to lose a hand and maybe more.
I didn't pickpocket anyone today. I just heard they were in town. Don't remember hearing about them before. Thought I'd find out who they were.
Were you not from around here? Black blades. Mercenaries, assassins. They work for, well, anybody with enough coin to afford them. There's few who can, so... There's blades in town. Well... Somebody up Castle Rock's definitely financing him. What'd you hear?
Did I hear anything other than they were here?
No. You heard it mentioned in context of it was the chatter from the folks sitting out front of Harlequin's Chalice talking about something going down at Harlequin's Chalice tonight. Some noble renting out a back room and several other tables, and the Blades are in town, and it's all very contextual to where you're going tonight.
So they work for whoever pays the most, right?
That's right.
And do you have to pay up front?
Well, if I knew that, means I'd have a lot more money than what I've got, and I wouldn't be running a shithole like this. I don't know. You got rich friends? Ask them. One of them ain't waking up in the morning, by the sounds of it.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is. That's alright. I won't lose any customers. Nobody'd spend money like that to take one of these guys. Kind of looks around. You follow his gaze around the bar, and yeah, this place is probably not even the bandits that you guys took care of last night wouldn't even come in here. This is you gotta be pretty down on your luck to hang out here.
What a shithole Sharky's is.
You say that out loud?
No.
Not this time.
Well, thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks for your knowledge. As you leave, you see him very quickly leave through a back room as well, perhaps to go sell the information he just got.
I did a good deed.
Maybe. Maybe you made something complicated for somebody.
Perfect.
Maybe even for you. Would you guys be okay with a quick 5-minute restroom break before we
Yep.
flip the battle map and alrighty, well push the break button here and we'll you guys in 5. And we're back with the party split their separate ways, their separate little personal endeavors. Comes back together in the late afternoon, early evening to prepare for their meeting this eve with Elven Archmage Kaeldra Maloro. Louis, you receive another message from Laceran. That simply says, I'm confirming our meeting this evening at the Chalice. Sundown. Mr. Allura will be there, as will I. I'll handle introductions and then take my leave. Please reply.
C'est bon. It is good. We will see you there at sundown.
Alright. Well, anything else, or are we gathering up and heading that way?
Yeah, I think we'd probably gather up and head that way.
Right. Scribble, do you mention
I would have
anything
mentioned the runes to Louis.
Gotcha.
So what?
The runes that someone was putting on the windows.
Oh, you mentioned it to Louis.
What do you think they were doing?
I have no idea. Runes are not a magic that I'm familiar with.
Oh, shit, I see Lucid lit up, but can't hear. Can you hear me?
Yep,
We can hear
We can
you.
hear you.
Yep.
Can you hear us?
Clearly
I'll be
not.
back.
Bye.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Okay.
I just said that runes are not a magic that I deal with. They're more of his speed.
Can I deduce anything from his description of them?
Could you draw it for him?
Yeah, Scribble, if you wanted to, I don't know, find an appropriate role to reproduce the rune visually, you could just do an illusion of it. Just cast a minor illusion of it, or you could draw it, your choice.
I can do the illusion of it.
Louis, give me an Arcana check, please. We'll say that, given Scribble's propensity for reproduction of visual effects, it is a near perfect reproduction of 19. Okay. It appeared to be some sort of abjuration, shielding, locking spell. Your best guess is perhaps the arcane lock spell. But there's something strange about it. There's something strange about the rune that you don't quite recognize. Maybe it's triggered. Maybe it's not just the simple incantation. It's some sort of stored spell. It reminds you somewhat of the what is it, Glyph of Warding? It's some sort of combination of... So maybe it's an arcane lock that's set to go off at a certain time, or, on a trigger word or something.
Might be a trap.
Your best guess is if you got a closer look at it, and were able to, inspect one of these enchantments, you'd probably be able to with a similar roll.
Do you want to go back there and check it out?
Well, this is where we're heading.
Oh, it's at.
Yeah, it's at the place that we're going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was from Scribble casing the joint earlier, and
Right.
you know, a combination of his decision to go there and watch the place, as well as Rolls. You know, he was lucky enough to catch these people in the act of casting these wards on the building. So
Who else? These people? Do you know? Did they work there? Was they just some ruffians?
They were the cloaked people, right?
yeah, you know, like they weren't wearing the, you know, like the copper or bronze masks and red hoods and cloaks, but you did see a flash of crimson garments beneath their travelers' cloaks, and you did see like gold bracelets that looked very much like, you got the same feel. Yeah, they're probably Crimson Order. They were just disguised to look like, you know, townies.
So do you think Monsieur Alero is part of this?
I have no idea.
I suppose we shall find out. But either way, I guess try not to break any windows. That could hurt. Maybe we should be ready for anything.
So I'm assuming, fast forwarding, and we're all just going to head there?
Yeah.
I mean,
Unless
Lunalia
there's-
would have wandered back to the hideout at, like, late afternoon.
Yeah.
Before sundown, long before
No, I
sundown.
imagine you guys got back together and you're getting ready to go.
Hmm.
Gearing up and talking strategy, and Scribble is sharing what he observed.
Okay.
So
I'll cast Mage Armor too.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it too with the
Alright.
staff.
I'm gonna do it too.
But you have armor.
No, I know. I can't do mage armor.
Oh, okay.
you'd probably pick Louis up and hold him in front of you.
Probably.
Do we... If we don't trust what these runes do we want someone to be outside just in case?
Wet feet, eh?
Just in case people
Maybe
can't
on the
get
way
out.
by, we could just have Louis have a look.
Remember, inside, everyone knows everyone's name.
Right. It's just everyone's name, though. It doesn't tell you anything about them.
It is the name that person wants you to know. So if you go in there with a secret identity in mind, people will know they'll know your cover name, not your real name.
Oh, okay.
So
So basically,
thought it
it's
was.
like walking into a room full of name tags.
exactly. It's
Okay.
it's a harmless spell meant to foster, you know, chit chat, not.
It's like going to a dental conference.
Yeah, I mean, in D&D, knowing someone's true name, especially if they're a celestial, infernal, you know, fiend, whatever, can be very powerful. It's a very powerful thing to hold over them. Yeah, no, this is a simple enchantment that just, lets you kind of, when you pass through the doorway, you kind of almost have to think of who you want people to know you as, and so they'll know. It's just, there's no conscious thought required. To the point where if you didn't want somebody to know your name at all, it's likely they just wouldn't.
Is there anything else that we need to accomplish before we head there?
Not that I know of.
Right, well then. Let's put you guys on. And let's put me there too so I can act what's going on.
Welcome to the map.
Very much as I described it before, as you approach this building, just a narrow block off of a main street and just a couple blocks from north of the canal in the middle of the market district, surrounded by shops and homes. As you approach the building, you can see an alcove, semicircular in the front of it with a roaring fire pit, some benches surround it, a few figures sit on those benches. Definitely haven't put tokens on the map for everybody who's here, but I've put just a few at least to represent some people who are some of the bar's patrons who are here. The floor above on the west side of the building, stacked too high, are quarters, rooms, for the inn. Some of the windows have flickers of candle or lantern light in them, others are dark. The eastern side of the building is topped with a massive rooftop patio. Timber railing surrounds it. There is a 3-piece band playing for a decent-sized crowd of people. You can kind of, see the tops of heads and arms raised in the air, people dancing and singing along with the music as you approach the building. The front doors are ornate, carved teak, massive tall doors, 2 of them. The handles of vertical pieces of driftwood that have been bolted onto the doors. You guys want to go in, or do you have a walk around the building first? There are people out and about walking around the streets as the sun is setting low on the horizon. Nobody seems to really pay you too much attention, although rather odd makeup of your group. The couple of tall boys and the short boys in the group do draw a few eyes, as do any ragtag adventurers wandering around the city.
I think if we have time, we could do a full walk around.
Yeah, and even Noro's going to be suspicious of what I guess Scribbles was sharing earlier about runes. I was like, what about those rune thingies you were talking about? Anything around here?
Oh, and I also would have mentioned the Black Blade.
You mentioned the Black Blades. I highly doubt... actually, Louis, you could make a history check. You are a learned fellow, even though you're not from around here. The Black Blades are a pretty ubiquitous organization. You've heard of them. Not anywhere near as nebulous or secretive as the Crimson Order, who you've only really heard of as, as wizards' boogeymen. They'll come after you if you break unwritten rules. Black Blades are a better known and widespread organization of mercenaries and assassins. Identified oftentimes by a curved bladed dagger tattooed on the inside of the forearm. Their members are cold, ruthless, and perfectly loyal to the highest bidder. Once hired for a job, they are near impossible to stop. And they're kind of anything you've heard about them, they're kind of terrifying.
And are there any of them here at this place? Or that was just you overheard about them being around?
That is the implication that Scribble heard.
So we know that there's Crimson Order, and we think there's probably Black Blades here in this joint that we're about to walk into.
Sounds like it.
And, I mean, Lunalia doesn't know anything about the inn, but she would have asked Scribble, is this a very popular place for meetings and such? Is it a regular occurrence that the ne'er-do-wells of society would be meeting here?
The what?
The dregs of society, the baddies, the lowlifes.
I mean,
Scribble shied away from it due to the fact of kind of knowing who you are.
like this is not a place where thieves and brigands would meet. This is more a place where it's like a neutral ground for nobles and merchants and well, you'll see when you get inside. So what do you guys want to do?
Kick the door down.
Oh, Jesus.
Like, it would be very suspicious for the five of you and the bobbing book to carefully inspect the exterior of the building, wandering around it. That would definitely draw attention.
I'll go inside if you guys are going to sneak around and check out the ruins.
Rogar will head inside as well.
Lunalia's not going to sneak around. She just wants to walk the perimeter of the building. And just look for anybody that's keeping an eye out. You know, anybody standing in doorways or on porches or balconies looking for who's coming in.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a perception check for that. Is anybody else joining her, or maybe walking around the building the other direction, or milling about at all? Who's going with who?
No, I'm too big for that.
I would go along with Lunalia.
So a
Hang
Kenku, a
on.
Dragonborn, and a Goliath walk into a bar,
Yeah.
and we roll for initiative. No.
I had to relog.
Louis, is Pierre out, or is he,
He's just under my arm, I'm carrying a book.
Okay. Just gonna take him off the map for now. You, tell me whenever you animate him, and I'll bring him back.
I got a 29.
Good lord.
Wow.
Alright, I will get to you in a minute. Louis, what are you doing?
Just seeing if I can see any signs of those runes, and then if there's anything else that I can deduce.
And how are you going about it? Are you, trying to be discreet, or are you giving it the old wizard's eyeball? Like,
Yeah,
ignore
I'm not a subtle person.
Okay. So you backed the world and just, poring over the wall looking for signs of...
I picture him, taking his monocle and having a very close look.
Pulling a little
Yeah,
step stool,
interesting.
pulling a little step stool out of the wagon and setting it down and climbing up it to stare at the window really close.
Yep.
He's with Lunalia, right?
Well, I don't know. Are you guys together, or did you go separate directions, or...
Yeah, I would have gone with you, but been following along with you, but stopping to inspect things.
Yeah,
So then-
where she wouldn't really have stopped. She's just doing a slow walk.
Okay. Louis, go ahead and are you going to use detect magic at all, or are you just going to eyeball this? You don't see any visible signs of these wards that were cast.
Yeah, I'll use my Insta Ritual to do detect magic. But I'll go ahead and do an Arcana check too.
Okay. Not great. You know what? Reroll that and give me the higher of the two. You should get advantage for Scribble being able to so accurately give you an early look at it. So this is now your sort of second chance to have a closer look. Using the ritual, you do find these wards, and indeed, as far as you can tell, it seems to be some sort of combination of a warding spell and a barrier spell. Perhaps Arcane Lock, but with that Arcana check, you're not entirely sure. You can tell with Detect Magic that it is not currently active. That it lies dormant for something, some trigger perhaps. And of note, it is only the windows on the main part of the establishment, not on the the staterooms on the perimeter. The ward is only on the these windows here that look in on the main floor, as well as those that look in on the pantry.
Sorry, which ones?
The ones around the bottom of the building. Like the ones that look in on the main floor and the kitchen, the main floor, but not the ones on the staterooms. On the left.
Gotcha, and I think it's some kind of barrier and what?
You think there's some sort of delayed trigger spell, perhaps Arcane Lock, or some sort of barrier, some sort of abjuration spell.
Okay, I'll go catch up with Lunalia and fill her in with all the nerdy details about it that she doesn't want to hear.
Lunalia,
Mhm.
you spot, right about the time Louis is doing his little inspection, a few paces behind you, he stops for the 5th time and, adjusts his spectacles and leans in close, nose pressed against the siding of this wood and stone building. With that perception check, you definitely know the building is being watched. From a distance, a rooftop, a block and a half away or so, probably the last row of buildings before the canal. You can tell because you came through this area earlier looking for a patch of bank that was not too populated. So you're a little bit familiar with the area. And looking about, you see a lone figure on a rooftop, just sat there watching. And you kind of scan about and you look back and they're gone.
Okay.
So once we finish our rounds, then head back to the front door and head inside.
All right.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Scribble, Rogar, and Noro, as you open the large teak doors and walk in, you you find a large floor of this building. Polished wooden planks stretch away from you across this large expanse. Stone walls that rise 3 feet up from the ground, and then wood siding above that complements the warm lighting in this place. Candle-lit chandeliers sit above large oak tables. Deep crimson rugs lie spread across the floor in several places. Chairs about the tables. The tables are, for the most part, empty. Just a few people sit about them. In the corner is a more private space where couches surround a large stone hearth where a fire crackles. A rough-cut plank bar in the back of the room near the curved back wall, where large windows let in what few rays of dying sunlight there are left. A balding, bearded bartender leans on the bar heavily, chatting with a patron. A rack of bottles and kegs stands on the wall behind him. Few people turn to look as the three of you cast shadows as you come in from outside, and then quickly return to their business. A raised platform at the north end of the room, where a bard might strum an instrument, sits empty this night, as you can hear the stomp of dancing feet and the muffled sounds of music filtering through the floor above you from the deck atop the building. So after a few seconds, nobody seems to pay you any mind.
Can I tell where there's a table that looks like it's reserved?
The table directly in front of you, as well as the large table in the middle of the room, are both empty. There are a few more people in here than the tokens you see. I've just kind of thrown some tokens about to represent some people in case something happens. These would be the people that are left after others kind of scare out of the place or whatnot. You'd estimate there are maybe 20 people in this bar, scattered about, small groups. You don't really see anything reserved, but you're aware of a back room for private meetings, this one here specifically. You might have to inquire about it to gain entry.
Well, the three of us, none of us know who we're actually trying to meet, do we?
I think Louis would have told you that
Lysaren's there.
Lysaren's planning on being here.
Do we see Lysaren anywhere?
You do not?
Would the other two have any idea who Lysaren is? Or no, Lysaren's the guy that from the shop, right?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
the elf that...
Okay, I was thinking the other guy.
He's the broker that you met.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we just go to the bar and ask for Lysaren.
Yeah,
Alright.
he's setting up the meeting with Keldra Maloro.
You walk up...
We did see a hologram-looking thing of Keldra Maloro.
You did,
back
yeah.
in his place.
You saw what was effectively a recording of him.
Yes.
Do we see anyone that looks like that in the room?
Make a perception check. Actually, all three of you guys could make separate perception checks, not just to find him, but just a high roll might reveal something.
Yes!
Fuck.
Nice.
Damn.
We have the height advantage.
Apparently.
Apparently.
Good lord.
Scribble's like, everyone's butt looks the same.
Rogar. No, I'm gonna save yours. Noro. There's a couple of dudes over here by the fireplace that are actively avoiding eye contact with you guys. Like, you noticed them when you guys opened the doors and everybody looked over for a couple of seconds and then went back to their business. One of them maybe looked at you guys a little bit longer than he should have, realized it, and then the two of them engaged in private conversation again, both trying very hard to avoid looking your direction again. Like they maybe did a poor job of looking casual.
Got it. I guess I kind of mentioned it to my friends about what is going on, kind of like signaling to that end. Is there? Okay, no, never mind.
Rogar, you notice a door over here that is ajar. Very simple, nondescript door. Nobody's near it. Nobody's paying any attention to it. It is open just a crack. And no light streams out from the other side. It is dark beyond.
Mm-hmm.
But it might be open just enough where somebody is watching or listening.
All right then.
Nora wants to, I guess, since we know it looks like we're having a sense that we're being watched, right?
Yeah, you get a distinct feel that those two guys at the fireplace there have some interest in the three of you, and are trying to hide it. So Scribble, you're gonna go over to the bartender?
Yeah, if they don't stop me. And also, the mark on their arm for the black blade.
Mhm.
Would Louis have explained that to us?
Would he have?
All right,
Oh.
yes.
Yeah, sorry, wait. Explain what?
Would you have mentioned the marking of the black blade on their wrist?
When did we see that before?
Well, you didn't see that. That was your history check after Scribble mentioned the black blade.
Oh,
Black blades.
yeah. I'm sorry, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely would have mentioned that as I would have regaled you all with the stories of it on our walk over.
I kind of assume that anytime one of you learns something, unless you make it a point to tell us that you wouldn't tell the party, I kind of assume that you kind of always share, given any downtime. Okay. But I mean, it's great to ask, but like, just from the, so you guys know from the DM's perspective, I assume that individual knowledge becomes party knowledge unless you make it a point otherwise. So I'll never be like, oh, he didn't actually say that out loud. Like, come on. I mean, you guys are friends. Why wouldn't he? All right. You walk up to the bar. You look at the bartender, and the name Quentin pops into your head.
Tarantino?
He looks down at you and kind of makes a face like he doesn't quite know your name, and perhaps because he heard a sound in his head as opposed to an actual name said out loud. The sound of scribbling.
Sucks to be him. And I'll just ask him, like, discreetly, if there's a Lysarin here.
Hi, you don't need to be ordering drinks or anything. They've got them lined up for you already. nods towards the door over here. Beware, he's got a guest already here. So, if you were looking to meet with him privately first, that won't happen. Enjoy your evening.
Thanks. And so the two guys, are they obviously looking like kind of staring at us?
No, they're Noro noticed they're obviously not staring at you. Like they're trying really hard not to, and then, you know, maybe you catch a glance out of the corner of the eye, and like every time one of them kind of glances your way, they like try even harder to not look at you, and it becomes even more obvious that they're trying very hard to look casual.
Alright, I'll just motion over for the other two.
Sorry, what was that, Ice?
Do any names spring to mind when looking at them?
Yeah, but one of them, Tomas, and the other one is Eric, and you're just like, you're not sure. Those sound like fake names. They sound like names that somebody just made up.
Right.
They sound like names that a DM just picked off the top of his head from like people he works with.
Alright, yeah, Rogar will follow Scribble.
As I walk by, can I try to get a glimpse of their wrists?
Yes. A perception check. You see the tip of a black tattoo on a bit of exposed wrist on the one sitting with his sort of his back to you. This guy here could be the tip of a blade tattoo. It's got a bit of a wave to it, like a kriss, like a ceremonial dagger.
So I guess we're just kind of waiting for the other two to show up.
Yeah, like, are you guys gonna walk over and go in, or are you gonna wait for the others, like just kind of mill about? Or I imagine Louis would probably take a good 10 minutes, you know, inspecting the runes and.
Lunalia wouldn't take that long. She'd only be a 5-minute jaunt around the outside,
Louis?
and then she'd head in.
These couches, are they taken by anyone?
No, they're empty.
Rogar's gonna sit in this one while we're waiting for the others and just stare at that door.
At which door?
That one. The one that was cracked
The one that's open?
So he's just going to sit there to, you know, wait for you guys, but also to sit near these two and watch this door.
Alright.
Yeah, after 5 minutes, Lunalia would have walked in.
Rogar, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Jesus.
Alright. Louis, how long do you think it would have taken you to inspect the runes placed about the south side of the building? I don't recall. I think you said you were going to ritual cast Detect Magic, but I don't recall if that was your quick cast or the long one.
Yeah, it was a quick cast. So I
Okay,
mean, like,
okay.
again, I mean, like, Lunai said about 5 minutes. It's about what it would be.
Okay.
For Lily as well.
So maybe you come in, you know, a minute or two behind her. You know, like maybe the last rune you stop to inspect, you realize she's around the corner of the building, and you hustle to catch up with her, maybe like right at the door as you come in. Yeah, you two enter this space. Again, folk about the room turn and look towards the door as, you know, as a little bit of light leaks in. You enter this warmly lit, sparsely populated space, and folk return to their conversations and their drinks pretty quickly. The muffled stomp of boot and, you know, pluck of string can be heard through the ceiling from the rooftop balcony above. And you see your friends around the room. Rogar, as you sit there staring at the door, vertigo kicks in suddenly, and the room spins about you. The edges of your vision darken, and your vision spirals towards that doorway. You feel like you're falling infinitely far towards it. The door falls away, and you see before you spiraling darkness. Strange, curved claws, tentacles, something comes pouring out of the center of this black spiral that churns and churns and churns endlessly deep, unfathomably deep. You feel as if you're about to fall into it. You feel yourself start to black out, to fall out of the couch onto the floor, and suddenly everything snaps back around you. The brightness of the lights, the drone of the conversation about you, and everything is suddenly normal again. And you're left sitting there. Scribble, you might notice Rogar went kind of stiff, and his clawed hands dug into the cushions of the couch around him as he stared intently at that door. Wavered for a bit, kind of swayed like he was going to fall over, and then snapped with a start back to where he's at. And everything's back to normal.
Do a little pre-drinking, Rogar?
After tonight, I might need a few drinks. Stay on your guard.
Did any of us see what was the cause of that?
I think Scribble's the only one that was near me that saw it.
Yeah.
Only would have seen his weird reaction, not what caused it. Because most of Scribble's attention would kind of be on the two guys there.
Yeah, Nora, if you brought those guys to your friend's attention, like, it's kind of obvious now that they're watching you, not watching you. You kind of get a feel being this close to them that their conversation is just a facade, and they're really kind of listening and keeping an ear out for what you guys are talking about or doing behind them. But you're so close to them, it's very hard for them to do anything but try very hard to look like they're ignoring you. As all of you gather together on the main floor here, the door to the back room opens, and you see Lasaran standing there, wearing a little bit more regal attire than he first wore when you met him.
Oh no.
Long gray robes with a tall collar. Nora, where are you going? Oh my god.
Didn't you watch him walk step by step across the room?
I did.
I found a chair.
Oh no.
Oh, this is awesome.
Just drags a chair throughout the entire bar to sit down next to them.
Well, no, there's if I move his token, you can. It's a.
Oh, I thought that was a table.
No, well, it's a table, but I mean, it's the couches are, they're like. Yes, you take up 5 feet in combat, but you're not actually 5 feet wide, right? Like, there's plenty of room on this couch for 3 people to sit. On this one, there's enough room for 2 people to sit. So, actually, your choice. Do you walk over and, like, sit on the side table, or maybe on the arm of the couch? Or do you just walk over and, like, sit right down on the couch next to the fire with them?
Right on the couch.
Alright.
Here he goes.
Do you do anything, say anything, or do you just sit down and chill out?
I sit down and I'm just watching them to see how they're reacting to me showing up, being in their presence, and I learned this from the nice book you have about how they have a sense motive check, a +2 bonus when speaking to one another. So I don't know if that goes into perception or
It'd be sense motive is the old version of
what would that
insight.
be? Insight checking? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say something like, I've never, you know, where I'm from, I never sat on one of these. And I'm just kind of like looking at them, you know, like kind of response they have.
All right. The guy immediately to your right, very very much as you see him there, kind of scruffy looking fellow with a bit of a scar over his eyebrow.
Yeah.
As you sit down and kind of push into the couch, enjoying the feel of the soft cushions, and they are quite soft. It's a very very nice couch. He stiffens nervously and just kind of looks up at you. The other gentleman, directly across from you, holds a hand up in front of him as if to silently stop him, and just leans forward and says, "We're not looking for any trouble, friend. Enjoying the fire." But you see him glance nervously to his left towards Rogar and Scribble.
I go ahead and the gentleman who asked me, or who just spoke with me, and I asked, how much do you think you paid for them boots?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
And I start looking at the, you know, the size of my foot and the size of his foot.
You're asking the guy on your right, this guy here?
I'm actually asking this guy, but talking about this guy, knowing that if he's showing fear, it looks like, then I'm gonna play on it.
You see, he isn't really showing fear. He's nervous. He's twitchy.
Okay.
It's not like he would run away if you jumped at him. It's more like he would draw blades and fight you.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
The other one leans forward, the Sam Elliott-looking guy, and he says, "I think he paid enough for those boots to keep him on his feet."
I start bouncing like on the chair.
All right.
It's like, these are really nice. How long do you think I could sit here? In my tribe, we have to get up and move. It's not comfortable, but this is.
Long as you wanted, friend. In fact, he and I could get up and move, and you could have all three of these couches all to yourself if you wanted.
So I start throwing my leg out towards the direction of the nervous guy. Kind of like, you know, measure the length of where he's sitting, like if I could rest my leg there. Not gonna put it on him. As like it was like it's a eureka moment, like, oh, I never thought about putting my feet up and taking up the whole space.
You know what you're doing. Make an intimidation check.
Yeah, I'm trying to intimidate.
Wow. He just looks at you. And then he looks back to the older man. He looks back at you. Are you trying to start something? You really shouldn't. That's not what we're here for.
Lunalia at this point would have come up behind Noro. Noro, we don't have time to play with friends right now. Maybe after. As she heads past to where Scribble and Rogar are, because she's seen Lysarin now.
Yeah, I think it's at this point that the door opens and, you know, you see a warmly lit but perhaps a little bit dimmer than here, room beyond. Lysarin standing tall in the doorway, slim in his form-fitting gray high-collared robes. He looks about and sees all of you. Ah, you're here. Good. He looks over at Noro and just cocks his head to one side. An annoyed look washes over his face. Would one of you mind collecting him, please, before he does something uncouth?
Yeah, from the door. Noro, let's go. We don't have time for this.
I'm here. I just kind of nod at them, just kind of like acknowledge that, you know, that they were there and what they were doing, I guess, in a sense. And just kind of nodding at them and then walking away.
Alrighty. Give me just a second here. Let me just bring some tokens in for the folk who are in this room. As you enter the room, and we don't really have to stick to the map too much here, you know, for conversation's sake, but you enter the room, there are similar, you know, beautifully upholstered red couches with, you know, thick, fluffy pillows on them, very comfortable seating, a small bar in the corner of the room, well stocked with various bottles and decanters of wine and other hard liquors. Seated on the couch in a very Lando Calrissian style cape and you know, sort of casual elven jacket, pants, and tall boots, with flowing blonde hair, sits a very attractive male elf of indeterminate age. A slight smile on his face, a delicate crystal goblet in one hand, with looks like a dark red wine in it. Next to him, the outline of a nearly invisible spectral servant stands, carrying a wine decanter, and it tops up his glass before it silently shuffles away on your invisible feet. As you look about in the corner of the room, leaned up against the wall is a short, very, very dark-skinned, grayish, black-skinned woman. Slender, athletic, fiery red hair. It looks to actually be a flame. In fact, as you watch her hair, it flickers and dances like an actual fire. She eyes you with orange-yellow eyes, silently, coldly, her arms crossed in front of her. Lysarin leads you into the room and bows deeply. Friends, acquaintances, this is Master Caeldrim Loro of Galanor. Third High Mage, Master of the Elements. Caeldrim looks about you, and as Lysarin starts to introduce you one by one, he locks eyes with you, Lunalia, and his eyes start to grow wider. I'm assuming you still look like your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The smile fades from his face, and his eyes go wider, and he stops Lysarin as he's, you know, he starts with... He's not really sure who to start with, so he starts tallest to shortest, and he introduces Noro, and I don't think he really knows all of you very particularly well or on anything more than a first name basis, but he introduces you as the Dragon Slayers, Slayers of the White, and starts to, say your names out loud, and Keldrum just holds up a hand. Lysarin, stop. And he just stares at you, Lunalia, and his mouth kind of hangs open. What is this illusion? Who are you really? You should not be wearing that face. It's disrespectful.
It's not safe in this city to show my real face.
I assure
It's
you,
not
you're
disrespectful. I know this face well.
As did I. I assure you, you're safe here with me. He looks to Lysarin and says, you can leave. I'll take this from here. You notice the Genasi in the corner of the room stiffens at the same time Keldrum becomes less relaxed on seeing you, as if ready for combat. Lysarin just looks around the room and he says, I suppose I'll take my leave. Stop by tomorrow for payment for the rest of the items. Any time of day. Just sort of bows to you. Louis, he looks towards you and smiles and bows a little bit deeper, recognizing the other mage in the room, and he lets himself out.
I'm gonna follow him.
You're gonna follow Lysarin out?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't actually have a token for Lysarin, so, just pretend that there is one. Didn't actually intend for him to really stick around. I'm just going to my tokens page here. I'll just grab
That's
somebody.
terrible planning on the DM's part. Prepare for every outcome.
Yeah,
Which
well,
door is he leaving
the DM
through?
was out of town for a couple of days and did a lot of this on paper, so... Sorry, what was that, Ice?
Which door is he leaving through?
He
Like
is...
into the main tavern area?
Correct.
Okay.
You know what?
Rogar will just...
Here, let's just do this.
He was a drow!
Nope, he's Lysarin. So Scribble, you leave the room with him. And the rest of you, Louis, I'm going to put you in the room with the others. Not outside it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Scribble, you follow Lysarin out of the room. And he has a very sort of surprised look on his usually passive face. As he shuts the door behind him, he notices you following him and lets you out and then shuts the door. And kind of leans down to you almost scandalously, and there's a look on his face of interest, like a amused look. What do you suppose that was about?
I have no idea.
He looks back towards the doorway almost as if he wants to, lean his ear against the door to listen. Ah, well, perhaps I can ask her about it tomorrow. Interesting. Very curious. Shouldn't you be in there?
I think they can handle it. I'm more interested in what could be going on out here.
You don't think we're in danger, do you?
Do you have any fear of men with blade tattoos on their wrists or people in red cloaks?
He stops at that and looks at you. He would have kind of been walking towards the door, like you guys would have maybe gotten over to here. He throws a glance over his shoulder and says, I wouldn't have put it past Aloro to hire guardsmen. You're speaking of the Black Blades. It wouldn't be the first time he's hired them. To protect him. There might even be some here.
I would guess there's a pair over there on the couch by the bar.
Your guess is better than mine, friend. I wouldn't know. In red robes? Are you referring to the Crimson Order?
Possibly. As I was outside earlier today, I saw a couple wandering around the outside of the building, placing runes on the windows, possibly. They had a red robe under a brown robe and golden, bracelets.
His eyes narrow and he nods. How are they tied up in all of this? This is more than I bargained for. And I'm going to cut back to the conversation in the room. Keldrum stands up slowly, Lunalia.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't answer the question. Who are you? You can drop this illusion, you're safe. I have men outside watching the place for us. I assure you, I mean you no harm.
The men on the roof above are watching as well.
No? Ember, and he looks at the Genasi. Would you go look into that? She just nods quietly and leaves. Through the door here.
Is her name familiar?
Yeah. She is Ignis' sister.
I know who she is, but is the name Ember familiar to us? After conversation with Ignis, or to me specifically?
Yes, yeah.
I'm sure Ignis mentioned her by name.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, you know that his entire point of coming back for Keldrum is to free his sister from, their supposedly, evil, twisted, adopted father's grasp.
Right.
It's brainwashed her into, helping him with all sorts of crazy shit, and he intends to free her from his grasp.
Yeah, so she'll take off her hat and pull her hood down.
His eyes go wide. He takes a step back, nearly tripping and falling back onto the couch. Lunalia. Can it be? You've grown. You don't remember me. I think you were very little the last time I saw you.
To my knowledge, we have never met.
He looks around the room, looks down at the ground, looks at Rogar and Noro, and then over to Louis. I didn't expect... I don't... Are you here for me, or is this... coincidence? No,
I am here for you. We do have other business. But I came specifically to Dralmar looking for you.
So the Draconis Fundamentum was a ruse, then. I didn't think Lysarin would...
Oh, no, we do have that as well. That is other business that we have.
Ta-da!
We can't exactly show it to you, as it must remain cold.
I put
you
it
have to
back
have it.
into the bag as you're saying that.
Louis got like this dripping mass of organ in his hand. He's like...
Whoop, put it back.
Puts it back.
Yeah, Louis
Thanks.
about to pull it out. It's like, right?
Well, he says, I prepared for that, but... I'm sorry.
I have some questions I'm sure you can understand.
As do I. where to begin.
What sort of work were you doing with my father?
He forces kind of a weak smile and then says, "That's not something I can answer quickly. Afraid we'll need more time, and that is not something we have much of."
And why is that? My evening is free.
It's
Can't
about to
stay
get
in one
very
place.
busy. He takes a deep breath and sighs through his teeth. The Crimson Order. At this moment, Ember, not her, and he glances towards the door, the real Ember, is creating a distraction so that we can meet here, quietly, privately, for this transaction. If they find me, you may never see me again.
Yes, I've noticed that the names in my father's journal have gone missing.
You have his journal.
Yes,
Have you found any of the others?
only one.
Which one?
It's not really important.
But it is. I suppose you hold all the cards here.
You must understand that I know nothing of you other than a name in a book. And from what I and my companions have heard, you're not exactly the nicest person. We've run into Ember's brother. Ignis, I believe you know him.
His eyes narrow and he smiles a bit and nods. You've met Ignis.
Yes,
How much has he told you?
enough. You had him trapped. We did help him out.
He's brilliant. He's misguided, but brilliant. Not as talented as his sister, mind you, but... You didn't bring him here, did you?
No, we parted ways.
Then he passed my test. Good. Good. Well, some things are going to plan at least.
There is a very small matter of our friend Paramon and his missing spellbook, which he believes that you have.
Oh, I do. Your friend. You found him. 2 years it's been since I've heard from him. What is going on with him?
You will have to ask him that yourself.
You can take me to him.
I believe that a mage of your caliber has means to reach out to connect to him. Do you not?
I do.
Then perhaps you should send him a message. I believe he will be.
There is a
waiting to hear from
very,
you.
you know what, you can make an insight check if you'd like. There is a very confused look on his face, like he has no idea what you're talking. Like he definitely, oh yeah, awesome. He definitely knows that, like, he definitely acknowledges that he has the spellbook. He seems to genuinely not understand that Paramon has been trying to contact him. As far as he's concerned, Paramon is still missing in action. Went off to go do something and just hasn't been around. He says, I've been caught up in, well, some work, but I didn't... Of course, I don't know any of you, so I would not just hand his spellbook over, but if you could arrange a meeting with him, I would be happy to see my old friend again. I don't understand.
He has been trying to contact you for some time with no answer.
Perplexing. Look, our time is short. I must have the fundamentum. I do want very much to speak with you at length. Not here. Another place and another time, I promise you.
Many things have been promised us in the past couple of days. Why should I believe you? You must understand, we don't know you. We don't trust you.
Oh, you shouldn't. At all. If you're smart. Don't trust anyone. There is much more going on than you would be aware of.
Yes, I do have many more questions.
He looks towards Louis. The fundamentum, you have it? I have coin for it. 1,000 platinum. And I have urgent need for it.
It doesn't have anything to do with green fire, does it?
He looks at you again with that same look that he gave you when you mentioned Paramount had been trying to get a hold of him. Just cocks his head to one side. Green fire? No. What?
It was just a thought.
What kind of green fire exactly?
The kind that would raise a city.
I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
We've had visions of Dralamar in flames, green flames.
Balefire.
I don't know what this is.
Lunalia's just going to look to Louis. Louis, is there any way of knowing that man is who he says he is? That he's not disguised as I was, or projected, or magicked in some way?
We could ask him. I could do some rituals, but actually, I guess detect magic lasts 10 minutes. Would it still be go up?
Yeah, you know what? It's still going. He's
probably covered in magical items.
He's got a couple of rings. I'm not going to give you specifics on them. They're magical rings that a wizard would probably be wearing. He's got a wand, and a cloak. You're not quite sure. It's probably just a cloak of protection. And
but nothing to indicate that he's
no, there is
hiding.
There is no. You get a sense that he's got the same. You know, he probably cast mage armor earlier today. That's about all you get the sense of. There are no powerful... You get no sense of any illusion magic off him whatsoever.
I do not think that there is any illusion making him look different than he is, but, I would not recognize him either way, so...
You also get a strong, very strong pulse of evocation magic coming from under the carpet in the center of the room.
Do you know what is under the carpet? Do you know? Is this yours?
He smiles and nods. Looks at you, Lunalia, and says, "Your friend is astute. Insurance. In case you were, well, rowdy."
Oh, believe me, we can be quite rowdy. She just eyeballs Noro.
He glances at Noro. I see that. Scribble, you and Laceran, he's still sort of heading for the door. And he just stops and he says, "Do you wish me to stay? I thought to leave. My work here is done. He dismissed me, but I feel like I owe you something."
No, I just thought I would make you aware in case someone might be after you.
Well, then I guess I will take my leave. I wish you luck. Stay safe. And as he turns, the doors open.
Oh shit.
Oh, shit. Stop putting dudes on the map.
Oh, I'm not done. The doors open,
Puppies!
and you see a bald, heavily tattooed, pale-skinned man with a tall collar and ornate crimson robes, flanked by masked acolytes. Another tall, bald woman, her eyes completely black, ornate tattoos on her pale skin, and behind them, two strange-looking, see if I can blow them up big on your screen. Strange-looking arcane constructs. Vaguely canine in form, with softly pulsing blue gems in the center of their foreheads. And as those constructs sweep the room, their heads turning silently, smoothly, you feel something in your gut that twists as all of your arcane connection disappears. All of you hear this. The lead Crimson Mage speaks in an impossibly loud voice. It booms throughout the building, rattling cupboards and doors. All of you in the room with Keldrum hear his voice loudly. Keldrum Aloro, Master of Elements, Third High Mage of Galanor. You are charged with tampering with the natural cosmology of the planes and bringing upon several of them, namely those of the elements, as well as the prime material, utter chaos. You will come with us, or you will be purged from existence, here and now. Keldrum gets real quiet. Shit. Ember? Ember! Oh, we found your little pet. She proved quite the challenge, but she has been dealt with. As has the other one. Keldrum looks at all of you. I think I might need your help. And of course, the price is anything you ask. He just kind of looks down, defeated.
We have heard that a lot lately and have always been disappointed.
I intend to get paid this time.
So, before we go any further, I have to ask, do you guys want to go a little bit long, or do we want to stop here and pick up next week? I'm cool with anything.
I am fine to go long.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to continue.
Okay.
Hummer's the one
Yep.
that has kids and wives and stuff.
It's true. No, I'll go long.
Or if you're okay to go long.
Let's do it.
Nice.
All right. Now just a sec. Well then, as the lead member of the Crimson Order stands expectantly at the door, looking vaguely in the direction of the private meeting room, the acolytes slowly begin to disperse into the room. What is Scribble? Lasarin takes a few steps back your way, and leans towards you and just says, "I don't like this. I don't want to be here. And I can't leave." I think you sense it as well. There's an anti-magic field.
How do we get rid of that?
Don't know. One of them must be. I'm not sure, and he starts moving sort of towards the back of the room, maybe to find a spot where his shit works, so he can get the hell out of here. Other people in the room are starting to rise from their seats. The two possibly Black Blades are chilling out on the fucking couch. They look more relaxed now than ever.
Thank God we get to kill something.
Yeah, now we know who
Probably
the
what they're
enemy
thinking.
is.
Those of you in the room with Keldrim, what are you doing?
Can I sense my arcane gone?
You're okay for right now. But you don't know how
Oh,
long
I
it's going to
wonder.
last.
I wonder if it's an aura, like a radius. What
Well,
about
also-
my druidic?
I'll say this, as they begin to disperse into the room, you both get a sense of something. Some sickening wave washes over you. You've got one action. You can cast a spell. Scribble, you see the lead wizard point and snap his fingers. I guess you need more than one to snap. And one of the canine creatures turns its head. Its head snaps in the direction of the private room. You see the sapphire gem in its face pulse. And there's a sort of a shimmer in the air that quickly disappears.
Time to kick a dog.
So Louis
We're on
and
the ground
Linalia,
floor, right?
Yeah, you are. Louis and Linalia, you each have one action to cast a spell if you want. You feel your connection to the arcane, your connection to nature, waning rapidly.
Okay.
Does
Let me
that
see.
cancel spells that were already cast?
It does indeed.
So it's going to
Okay.
drop any illusions in the room, etc.
Correct.
Okay. Oh man, you guys are not going to like this.
Could I move into the room and cast a spell, or would I move into the field and would not be able to?
You're not certain. You feel your shit leaving you. Feel the spell weave depart, and you have a chance to grab at the threads of its remnants and weave them into a spell quickly.
I reach out to Keldrim. Allons-y! And I grab him, and dimension door 500 feet
Straight
east.
up.
Straight up.
I mean,
Good.
Louis would be fine.
To the east. All right. Sorry.
Yeah,
let me,
if
let me
Louis
just,
hadn't grabbed him, she was gonna grab him and just kick doors and run him out.
All right.
So,
Let me just crank that big map and see to the east. All right. Yeah. So 500 feet. You're probably on the edge of the market district, near the eastern sort of north-south road there. Okay. Cool. Yeah. You find yourself in a random part of the market district, just in between a couple of buildings. Luckily. Let me go back to the map here. All right.
And then I'll just say, go. And I'll start heading back to here. Walking back to this place.
He grabs like the scruff of your vest, and pulls you close to him and says, "Thank you, my friend. I promise you I will find her. We have a lot to talk about. Thank you." And he just runs.
meanwhile,
And sorry, and you said you're heading back.
Yeah, so 25 feet around. Wander. I have 50 feet, so
50. Yeah, 50 feet. Yeah, so you'll be back in 10 turns.
yeah, but I mean, if all of his magic is gone, what is he gonna do?
I mean,
exactly.
Shake his finger at them?
I
Yeah.
mean, you don't entirely know how that works, though.
No, but I wanted to get him out of there. So
Yeah.
I got him out of there. I will be useless for a few rounds anyways, so I'll start hustling back. Louis is not much of a sprinter, but he's gonna run.
Comes a
Lunalia,
fireball.
you see Louis grab Kaldrum and begin to speak an incantation. Kaldrum nods excitedly, and the two of them disappear. What are you doing with your
Well,
one
yeah, she
action?
lets out a breath of relief. She's gonna walk up to this door beside Noro. She'll kick it open, and she is going to cast Tidal Wave.
Holy fuck! All right.
Oh.
Oh boy.
She is
Boy.
going to place it just on the other side of that dwarf. Right around here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To blow east.
The area can be up to 30 feet long. Okay. Up to 10 feet wide and up to 10 feet tall. Each creature in that area must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, they take 48 bludgeoning damages and is knocked prone. The water then spreads out across the ground in all directions, extinguishing unprotected flames in its area, and within 30 feet of it, then it vanishes.
Yep.
All right.
She's actually going to start it here so she can angle it towards the door in a straight line.
Got it. You start it there, and let me just fix something. I don't have a template for this. 30 feet long, 10 feet wide, up to 10 feet tall. Water begins to swell up through the cracks in the ground, in the timbers on the floor, pours down from the ceiling seemingly out of nowhere, just conjures, forms this roiling, tumbling wall and just crashes into everyone at the front doors.
Yeah, so they've got to make a
Dex save.
Dex save.
DC.
15.
Dex save DC 15.
Or they take 20 bludgeoning. They can save for half.
Okay, give me a second. Let me just take people out of the combat here that are no longer there.
Yeah, so if they save, they're not knocked prone. And they take half damage. If they fail, they're knocked prone and take 20.
Right. Dex save. Here we go. Nope. Let me just, I'm gonna turn these guys sideways as, nope. Piss. They get knocked prone. Dex save. That's a nope. Dex save. This is... this is with advantage. Yep. Pupper number 2. Yep. The two... You kick open the door, and as you begin to cast, you see these strange... lupine constructs. One of them, it's single sapphire gem in its forehead, pointing your direction. There's a strange shimmer in the air as the gem flares bright. It manages to resist, and then the 4 acolytes. I'm just gonna bang through them real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of those? The 16 succeeds? Okay.
Only the 16.
So left to right. So he drops. He drops. Drops. Now let's do damage. You roll the damage. 20 bludgeoning. They take
everyone but the guy standing and the dogs.
Everyone but the
Takes
guy
20.
standing and the dogs.
Takes 20.
And the guy standing and the dogs take 10, right?
That's right.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, it's going to be the dogs and the 2 big bads that are going to be the problem, though.
Yeah. So, as the water clears, you can see some of it hits a wall and just disappears. You get the sense that there is some sort of field that dissipates the magic. And when the water clears, there are 4 robed bodies laying on the ground. There's actually 6, and 2 of them begin to get up. But the 4 acolytes are gone. Rogar, I'm gonna go ahead and call this a surprise round. Rogar, go ahead and do your thing. And Scribble, you can do something. It just can't be magical where you're at. You can, however, move and attempt to cast again.
We were notified that the windows seem to be with a lock spell, like a lock and barrier spell.
Yeah, something like that, yes.
But
Poker,
only
is
for...
this a door?
That is a door.
Okay.
Sorry, I should have been clear. The windows and doors to the main area.
Ah, okay.
Rogar will... He's going to run in, like, through this back door and around the building. So, like, try and get them from the other side. Like, he's going to try and get into this room and go through the window. If at all possible.
Okay, give me just a second here. Oh.
Clearly on the drawing, that window is open. I can see it.
As you open the door, immediately next to you is a robed wizard.
Oh man.
I found you.
In that case, I will fucking swing at him.
And
Oh shit!
and behind him is one of those well, it's the first time you're seeing it, is this construct. Nope, not that. Ignore that. You didn't see that.
Dorito.
I'm having trouble clicking on things because they're overlapping.
Too many stuff on the map.
Yeah.
So we know something's cone-based. And it's really big.
There we go. One of these.
Forgoing that plan then, Rogar will attempt to cut down the Acolyte.
Alright. He did have an action held. Sorry, he had a spell held. And it's gonna get off as a reaction before you hit him. That's not him. That's not... why did I close him? Hang on a sec. There he is. Apprentice Wizard. Yeah. He is going to cast Burning Hands at you. That is a dex save. Let's roll here. He slaps his hands together and flames spread out. I'm not going to put a template down because you're point blank range. So that is a DC 12 dex save.
Shield Master allows me to add my shield's AC bonus to any dex saving throw.
Beautiful.
So this will be... I'll just do the math after.
Yeah, it's well, your shield's AC is what, +2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, 19, easy enough. Flames lick around it, singeing you, doing
half damage?
Doing 4 points of damage. 4 points of fire damage you take from that.
Alright. And 2 swings at him.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take 2. Nope.
Good thing he's not a dragon.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, you have the shield, so that's one-handed. The blade bites deep, and you cleave into him. You hear a gurgle as he falls off the blade to the ground. He had 9 hit points.
Nice. I will then, I guess, take a step forward and shield bash the Mage Hunter.
Alright, let me just bring up his stat block. Do it.
God, it's been a while since I've... So it's a bonus action shield bash. So athletic.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's just,
over.
Yep. So I need to make a contested, you do... No. You knock him prone, I guess?
Yes.
And there's no damage to that, right?
Correct. But there will be, because I'm attacking him with advantage now, because he's prone.
Got it. God, that's so cheaty. I love it.
Wow.
Yeah. 28 for 10 points of damage. Oh, and it is a magical attack. The sword cleaves into this creature, into its midsection, tearing away a strip of what looks like rather delicate copper work, exposing strange glowing bits of copper and brass beneath it. It seems to be some sort of arcano-mechanical creature. Robot. However... It does not appear to be very badly injured, but it is on the ground, sort of struggling to get up. That it for you? Any more movement? Okay.
Nope. I will stick myself here in this hallway.
Cool.
So that nobody can get past me.
All right then. Noro, with your... We'll roll initiative after this. I just want to get through everybody's, one turn to react. As this guy came in and started talking. Scribble, Noro, what are you guys thinking about doing there?
What was everyone's reaction in the room? Have they reacted yet?
People are panicking. You see a barmaid go for the back door, and she finds it not budging, completely unmovable. Oh god.
She got flung.
She got flung.
Yeah. People are starting to step away from their tables. One guy runs over and dives behind the bar. The bartender disappears through a door into the pantry. The two black blades are just chilling out on the couch, watching this whole thing. The folks at this table are kind of standing up and moving away.
All right, and what's Lucerin doing?
He is moving. Yeah, actually, you know what? Hang on. Let's make a roll for him. No. Goddamn. He's moving directly away from the front door. So he's moving... Oh. He's moving this direction. Backing away slowly. And you can see him weaving arcane sigils, trying to cast spells. Sort of testing to see if he can find a spot where magic still works.
Alright, I'm just gonna walk over this chair over here. And then I will pull out my scimitar and just see what happens.
That is a magical scimitar?
The life-stealing one?
No, it's the +2.
Ah, okay.
I mean, it's a sword. That's it.
It doesn't have any magical effect on it.
No, the only one I just have the +2 one. Louis has the other sword.
Yeah, are you drawing it to see if it has some sort of magical shimmer to it, or are you just drawing it to defend yourself?
Yeah, just drawing it to defend myself. As
I okay. Yeah, that's fair. Alrighty. Noro. You just watched Rogar step through a doorway, and you heard clash of steel and bodies hitting the floor. Lunalia stepped through the doorway, and there was a massive crash of water as she cast a spell. What are you doing?
So I can obviously tell we're all in action, so the first thing I'd like to do is kind of squeeze through the door past Lunalia.
You pick her up by the shoulders and just move her aside and run past.
Excuse me. And what are these two guys doing?
They are sitting on the couch very casually. This guy has one arm sort of over the back of the couch. He kind of looks over his shoulder at you, and his eyes go wide. The other guy looks very calm. They're just they look a lot more chill than they did 5 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm trying to look at the Ring of the Ram, but it only says that it pushes 5 feet away from me. Does that mean I have to be right on him and use it, or from where I am? Because it says it also reaches up to 60 feet.
I think the way it's worded, it has a range of 60 feet, but it pushes them 5 feet away in that direction.
Yeah, you can use it to blast somebody a distance away from you, but it let's see. You can use an action to expend 1 to 3 of its charges to attack one creature you can see within 60 feet. So it is a ranged attack. But it doesn't actually say it's a ranged attack, but I guess that constitutes it. On a hit for each charge you spend, they take 2d10 force damage and are pushed 5 feet away. So you could push them up to 15 feet away from you. It has 3 charges. If you burn all 3 charges, you can push them 15 feet away and do 6d10 force damage.
But those that would be individual casts, right?
No, you use all 3 charges of it all at once.
Oh.
You basically have a ranged Superman punch.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and do that. And maybe use 2 charges, because this would be 5, this would be 10, into the fireplace.
Jesus.
Oh!
So amazing.
So the couch with him with it, just all up in there. All up in there. Alright, well, also, by the way, I'm raging.
Okay, so you're going to bonus action rage, and then
bonus action rage.
ring punch him. Got
yes. It. How do you roll that? Just it's on DD.
Yeah, if you just click, there should be a like if you just click on the +7 bonus, that should do it. Yep, perfect. Give me a second to bring up his stat block. I didn't expect these guys to get into combat, but if you're gonna hit him, you're gonna hit him.
Nora didn't like the way they looked at him.
Didn't Aloro tell us that though he hired those guys?
He did.
Sick. Into the fireplace. Hell yeah.
He did, but they don't seem to be doing much.
They're not helping when they're supposed to be.
That is correct.
He didn't say those guys specifically. He said he hired some guys.
Yeah.
For me, it's a casualty of war.
You come barreling out the door. Hold your you take a swing at the air, activating the ring. There is a like a shock wave that ripples out in front of you. Unfortunately, the roll was a little too low. It doesn't beat his AC as he tumbles out of the way, and the couch actually goes blasting over his head and into the fireplace.
Nice.
But he is, I will say, for the dismount from the couch, he is prone. And I think that's it for everybody. So I'm gonna get everybody to make sure you click on your
dude
token, and let's roll initiative. Combat tracker on the right place for this.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, we're rolling initiative now?
Yeah.
Yep. Click on your dude first.
Do you want me to roll, or are we just assuming that this combat will not last a minute?
Well, I mean, I kind of wasn't expecting you to go that far away. Question for you, do you have any way to get back faster?
Nope.
Could you dimension door closer?
Oh, he's got 1 a day with that cloak.
Ah, shit.
It's just the cloak, it's not
Oh.
Yeah, it's not a spell slot.
I do...
I mean, Nora could go get you.
I mean, does he have vision of the door? Like, from 500 feet away?
No, it's a tangle of buildings and winding streets.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'll treat it as a 500-foot run in a straight line, because why complicate it? But yeah, it's not like he can.
You could cast haste on yourself.
I do have. I don't have haste, but I do have Thunder Step, which I'd probably cast once.
What's
That'll
the
let me-
how far does that get you?
90 feet.
I mean, that's not bad.
That's almost 2 rounds. Is it an action?
Yeah, so I'll do that. I'll end up doing that twice. Well,
I
at
mean,
this point, I'm running. If you want to give me a guy, then I can click on him and roll for my initiative, or put me on, and I can add it in.
We'll do that. So let's put you up here, and there you go. So I got guys, and I'll just do the initiative for my guys.
Louie's going to end up getting back and just be winded from how much he had to run.
Oh, what's the distance on Fireball?
It's just gonna throw it at the building when he gets close.
He did call it a tinderbox earlier.
Dude,
Yeah.
the range is 150 feet, man. I only have
Holy
to.
shit.
Yeah.
Just lobbing a grenade at that point.
Oh god, did I get everybody? Okay, I think that's all of them. I'm not gonna put Lysarin on or anybody else. Cool. And then let's sort this. Ascending. And put combat round at the top. And there we go. Alright, so, we will start with the Mage Hunter next to Rogar. It stands up for half of its movement. It's eerily quiet. There is just a slight clacking sound of metal on metal as it stands up, and its body kind of twists and turns in a very unnatural way as it sort of rights itself. It looks at you, and let's see. It's going to, Rogar, claw at you twice and bite you once.
Nope.
I'm assuming neither of those
nope.
hit. And does that hit?
Nope.
God damn.
I'm going to use a superiority die to retaliate.
Alright.
So I just get to roll once.
Yeah, that hits. 12 points.
Mhm.
You block and counter, cutting into it again, peeling another piece of rather delicate metalwork off of its shoulder plate. That is its turn. Scribble. I'm gonna say, especially being a sorcerer, being innately connected to the spell weave, you feel the disconnect from your magical abilities. Like, you don't have to try and cast a spell to figure out that you're standing in an anti-magic field.
Do I know what that is?
I mean, you are bereft of your magical abilities.
So that's what I know. I don't know,
Yeah.
like, the cone shape of it or anything.
Well,
if
yeah,
that's what
so
it was.
Lacerin basically says, there's a field of some sort we're in. If we can find the edges of it, we can cast a spell, perhaps.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, I will move 30 feet over to my left. Get out of the way, bartender.
Yeah, so you hop over the bar and through the door and and you find that it's like a breath of fresh air. It's like breathing after holding your breath for a minute. It comes rushing back.
Do I know if it just prevents casting, or if it like eliminates magic?
You watched Linalia's wall of water hit something right about here and just vanish.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I am incorrect. This Mage Hunter should have been forward there for that to have worked.
Well, I'm not gonna hold a spell or anything. I'm just gonna ask the assassins whose side they're on or who they're with.
I mean, this is
You're in the kitchen.
a wall and a hearth between you and them.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I couldn't tell if that was like
Yeah,
a small little thing or.
This is a door into a kitchen. And next to the kitchen is a small pantry, and there are windows that are currently closed all about.
Oh, I thought it was just a bar that I hopped over.
Well, yeah, you if you hopped over the sorry, could you guys see me pinging there?
No.
Oh, I was pinging on another layer. This is the bar. There's a wall behind the bar here. This is a separate room. There's a door that enters it. This is the kitchen behind the bar. And behind that is a pantry, as well as a door to a hallway. And there are windows that look out behind. Did you just open the door? Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what that is. That's a door there.
There you go.
Okay, so
But as soon as
am I
you get
safe over the bar without going to that room?
Yeah, you get behind the bar and you feel magic again. You feel that tingle in your hands.
Oh, all right. In that case, I will go ahead and hold chill touch, and to see if one of the Mage Hunter dogs or anything, one of those guys moves closer, that I can tell like where the magic stopped at.
All right. What is the trigger for chill touch? Like if you feel the anti-magic field hit you again, you'll cast it before it does, or
Or are you holding it in hopes to get into the field and see it dissipate?
I was hoping that like without knowing what's causing the field. Like the only thing I know is that like I saw the magic stop at some point, and it looks like everything's behind that. So like I wouldn't think I could hit anything there because it looks like everything's behind the point of the magic.
yeah. Okay. Who would your target be?
Any of those four.
Any of
If
any
they
of
move
the
towards you, you mean?
Yeah,
Any of the four
the
up
mage
here.
hunters or yeah, those four.
Got it. All right. On Sam Elliott's turn, he turns to Nora and says, "Whoa, big man, we don't have any part in this. We were asked to sit aside. Fights with them, not us." but you can see him place his hand on the hilt of a weapon at his belt in a defensive fashion. And he just watches you from his seat on the couch, rather calmly. On the enchanter's turn, she stands up, very angrily paces forward a few steps. I guess 5, 10, 15 would be all she could do. Looks about the room. Lunalia, you ducked back behind the door, right?
Yeah, I'm still inside that room.
It was Nora. He was the caster.
Clearly.
Noro, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. She reaches a hand up, open palmed, and then curls her fingers one by one back towards her. With advantage. Sorry. Wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oof. Oof. You are charmed, sir.
Oh, man!
You love being in this position.
He's gonna kill me.
Well, no. I mean, that's unfortunately for DMs, that's not really how charm works anymore.
He can't.
If
It's not dominate person.
Yeah, dominate person and either commanding that person or taking control of them directly is kind of the only way left to do it. Some DMs will hack charm to make it work to their benefit. A vampire's charm I like to play up well beyond the rules, because a fucking vampire should be able to get you to do a lot more than what charm can do. But the charm person spell, you look at her and your eyes kind of glaze over for a second. You can't shake the feeling that that you two have hung out and drank massive quantities of ale in the past, and like you just can't put a name to the face, but you're really happy to see her, and she is an old friend. You're still here, you're still fighting, but you regard her as a friend specifically.
Okay.
And she just says, "Would you be so kind as to protect me? I'm weak and could need your help."
No. No, I don't want to. Okay, yeah.
You don't see anybody attacking her either, so she seems to be okay for now.
So I'm just gonna assume she's talking about the dog next to her. So I'm gonna charge the dog when it's my turn.
Well, she didn't say anything about not, right?
Right.
Louis is now 450 feet away.
Sounds great.
Their leader on his turn stands up, takes a step forward, surveys the room. And with a look of disdain on his face, "Find Aloro. Kill the rest. Burn the evidence." And
Can
he is...
Lunalia hear that from where she is?
Oh yeah, you hear his voice reverberating throughout the place. You hear the music above stop and people shuffling about. And he is going to cast...
We didn't see any stairs leading up, though, did we?
Yeah, so that's the thing. This map kind of sucks, and there are some
they're in there,
stairs. Yeah,
okay.
they're kind of down a back hallway there, but yeah, those basically lead up.
but we don't know that they're there.
Scribble would, and like he probably talked to you about the place. Last week, I said he knew the place well enough that I was able to show you guys all the maps, so you kind of have a general idea of how the place is laid out. So I'd say, yeah,
there's
you
other
know
stairs over here.
you know the stairs
Okay.
are there. Let's see. He is going to cast. God, he can only see Noro right now. Well, then he is going to cast a spell on himself.
Fireball.
Yeah, that's
Fireball
it.
himself.
Oh, wrong spell.
Actually,
All I know is fire and
he's gonna
destruction.
do a perception check. Yeah, he's pretty sure. Nope, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. He is going to cast a spell on himself. Those of you that can see him suddenly see frost materialize in the air about him, swirl and pull tight to him. Large shards of ice grow out of his shoulders, chest, back, as armor of Agathis surrounds and protects him. And that will be what he casts. Next, well, I'm gonna just do these guys kind of all at once. Yeah, three. Sure, why not? I'm gonna move them all at once, but I'll have them take their turns separately for dramatic effect because it's a little. Oop, nope. Damn it. Nope. Nope. You get over there. No. These anti-magic cones are really fucking everything up for me here.
Oh, you should just get rid of them.
Boo-hoo.
Well, they're covering so much on this other layer that it's a real pain to move anything around.
Can you move them away temporarily, do your stuff, and then just move them back?
That's what I'm having to do.
It's not like we can see them.
Yep, that is exactly what I'm having to do.
Hey, there's more of them.
Yep. 3 of them come barreling out of that door that was cracked open. And one of them, this guy, turns and casts.
That sounded like a slow.
Burning Hands.
Which guy was it? I didn't see it ping.
You can see them though, right?
Yeah.
This guy right
Those
here.
3 dudes, yeah.
Turns and casts Burning Hands in this direction. And I
Would
think
that guy trigger my reaction? Because it looks like he's outside the field.
No, actually, sorry. They're all. He turns and goes to cast something, looks at his hands, swears, and then starts to move.
What an Egypt.
5, 10, 15, 20. And then he's going to cast Burning Hands at the stage. And it's going to catch this guy.
No.
Who ducks, but he is just a guy. So Burning Hands does 3d6 fire damage, 12, 6 damage. Actually, he survives. He ducks prone under a table, takes some damage. However, the Burning Hands spell
Oh, it's gonna set the table and the carpets on fire.
yeah. starts a fire. All right, on the Mage Hunter's turn, this one here, it starts stalking forward. Uh, 40 feet. Noro, it enters melee range with you. It looks up at you, this blue glowing gem in its face, flashing, and then seems to lock on something past you. Lunalia, as it moves, you feel for a split second your connection to nature return and then depart again.
Hmm.
You get the sense that there is that your loss of magical abilities seems to be related to these mage hunters,
dog
to these
things.
constructs. You can see it sort of, past Noro's hip, looking in your direction, that blue gem flashing at you. And that is... actually, you know what? It's going to attack Noro because you're in its way. Claw. Bite.
Ouch.
Son of a... All three of them hit.
Good thing you're raging, huh?
Oh, good God. Yeah, so 7 plus... so that's 28... what do we got? 28, 35 points of damage halved, so 17. You take?
Yeah, that's a good thing you're raging.
It bites into your leg, and... target is a medium or smaller creature who is grappled. You are automatically grappled.
Does that mean he's no longer charmed?
That is a good question.
Does damage negate charm?
Gives you a saving throw against
Yeah,
it.
it says here, until the
Gonna-
spell ends, or until you or your companions do anything harmful to it.
So, as the Mage Hunter bites into you, claws and bites into your thigh, you look over at the Enchanter and you must have got it wrong. You totally don't recognize her, and she looks like an evil bitch.
You're aware that she charmed you, though, I'm pretty sure.
I knew it was the frickin' dog.
You are also grappled by this dog. It bites in, and as it's metallic. It's not really even fangs. Its head just comes to sort of these 2 points. Then it has a mechanical, like, iron jaw beneath it, and as it bites into you, it grabs and holds you in place. You can no longer move until you break its grapple. Unzo, Rogar, it is to you.
Hey, Poker, did it move out of the magic field so I would cast at it, or was I not able to cast?
Your cast went off, yes. It took the magic field with it.
Okay, so I tried to cast and I couldn't.
And you could.
Oh, I could, so I should
Yeah.
cast.
Chill Touch is a con save? Oh no, it just hits. Unfortunately, its armor class is higher than that.
Balls.
The spectral hand reaches out and just kind of splashes against its metallic armored body. I'm leaving a rime of frost, but not seeming to do any damage. Rogar.
1 moment. As I'm looking at maneuver.
These creatures are eerily quiet, other than the clank of their claws on the ground as they move, and just a little bit of a whirring sound coming from within. It's eerie how quiet they are. No bark, no growl.
Okay. Does that hit?
That does indeed, just barely.
Alright, an additional superiority die. And it needs to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 16.
A wisdom saving throw, DC 16, it fails.
It is frightened of me until the end of my next turn.
One would think so. However, it stands its ground because it is immune to
probably
being
doesn't
frightened.
work. This probably doesn't work on constructs.
Doesn't work on robots.
Alright. Well, shield bashing its face then.
Perfect. Yeah, down it goes. And that hits for another 9 points of damage.
How is it looking?
Pretty screwed up. You've now cut into it several times with this Dragon Slayer longsword that also seems to be good at killing robots. And it is, let's say, below half.
Christ, okay.
Yeah, there are great shreds torn out of it now. Strips and chunks of steel and copper all about it, but it is still struggling to get up.
Can I hear anything else down the hallway? Like, is there anything behind this guy further down?
You can make a perception check. Yes. You hear footsteps, and you hear chanting.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Alright then.
Alright then, and I think that's probably enough for me to put these guys on the map. Anything else, or is that it for you?
That's it for me.
Okay. On their turns, acolytes are going to go about lighting fires. One each per turn. That is 1, 2. Yeah, the other Mage Hunter, Scribble, you see it stalk forward a few paces. And you feel that distinct wash of the anti-magic field pass over you as it scans the room, sweeping its head left, then right. It locks in on Lasaran and moves the distance, closes the distance to him. Let's see, what was that? 25, 30, 35, 40, yeah. Closes the distance to him and will attack him.
Oh shit! I'm trapped in this room!
Sorry, I'm just adjusting the cone. And it will, bite. Oh!
Oh no!
Lysaren's gonna be dead.
He's not. Oh god,
Well.
I gave him a stat block? I gave him
It's
a
a good
stat
thing
block.
I didn't get rid of Revivify.
Apparently I gave him a stat block because he has an armor class and and health. Yeah, so it does 17 points of damage to him and grapples him. You see its jaws wrap around his arm, and Scribble, you see the Mage Hunter begin to come apart, disassembling, as strips of its body unwind and begin to wind around Lysaren's arm and shoulder. It's wrapping around him. It's trying to encase him, almost like growing into a suit of armor around him.
It's gonna eat him.
It's gonna take him prisoner.
Yep. Noro, it is to you. This steel pupper just bounded up in front of you, bit into your leg. It's hanging on, but it seems to be looking past you at Lunalia.
Hmm.
And it has you grappled. You can use your action to escape the grapple, or you can just attack the fuck out of it.
Noro's panicking, so he's gonna try to grab the dog by its mouth, I guess, and just try to split it the other way.
Alright,
Nice.
He doesn't know what it is. He just
let's go ahead and make a athletics check. Oh,
Oh,
22. You grab it. It is incredibly strong, especially in the jaws. It takes all of your raging strength to pry its mouth open just far enough to get your leg out. It's quite strong. You're unable to do any damage with the grapple, but you are able to break free from it. You can attack it if you'd like. You can try and, using another athletics check, you can try and pick it up and throw it at a short distance, shove it away from you, or you can just straight up grab your axe and hack it. Or any number of other things.
You cannot currently throw Scribble at it.
I'm just gonna hack it.
He got enough movement to get over to Scribble.
Like, carry the dog all the way to Scribble.
Well,
Just kidding.
You could pick it up and move it 15, 20 feet. Yeah.
Nah, not far enough. All right,
Okay.
I'm just gonna hit it. Axe to the face.
Unfortunately, a 16 is not quite enough. The axe bites, but its steel and copper armored form is smooth, and the blade glances off of it. The remaining acolytes, well, I'll do one of them, and I'll do the other one. The remaining acolytes move into the space. 2, 3. And you see both of them raise their hands in a very familiar pattern. Again, casting... Come on, where's the spell? There it is, casting Burning Hands. Lighting parts of the room flame. Scribble, the bar next to you, bursts into flames. Acolyte here. This area on fire. As a couple of the patrons of the bar, running screaming, fall to the flames. The other assassin that Noro tried to yeet stands up, and he is gonna move into the corner back here behind his buddy. He keeps his weapon sheathed, but he does take sort of a defensive stance in the corner. Lunalia, it's to you.
Can I get past Noro?
I believe it's the same as difficult terrain, but yeah, you can pass through a friendly player's square.
Okay. I would like to move to here. Am I going to take an opportunity attack from the dog?
Yes.
Okay. So be it.
It takes a swipe at you, but Noro is in its way.
Okay. Do I feel my connection to the earth?
Yes. Comes rushing back to you as soon as you step past Noro. You would surmise that the field is generated by the mage hunters themselves.
Okay. She is going to cast Ice Storm.
Ooh.
20-foot radius. Doesn't matter how high the ceiling is.
I happen to have a template here for a 20-foot radius. It is a fireball.
I cast Fireball.
Pretend it is an ice storm. This was the trap that was... this was
under the rug?
The arcane ward that that he had under the rug. Ice storm. Can you link it, please? Hail of rock-hard ice pounds to the ground in a 20-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder center. Yeah, you don't have to cast it outside. Sorry, where do you... Let me just
give me control and I'll show you where I'm putting it.
Yeah. There you go. Remember to hold down Alt if you want to ignore the grid.
That should be good. I can get everybody and that fire.
Cool. The air snaps cold as ice shards just form in midair, flying about in various directions, pelting everybody in the area. Dex saving throws from this guy. Where is his... Nope. Dex saving throw from him. Does that... What's your DC?
That passes.
Oh yeah, sorry, 15. I see it. 15. Dex save of a nat 20.
Fuck!
Let's do the 2 acolytes. No and no. And with 12 bludgeoning damage, they are... Oh, sorry, there are 3. And no, 12 bludgeoning damage, they die. Instantly. Goddamn.
Plus the dog.
Fire goes out. And the Mage Hunter... sorry, that was a dex save. With advantage. Makes it. So he takes half damage?
Half of both, yeah. So 6 bludgeoning and 8 cold.
6 bludgeoning and 8 cold. Okay, 14.
And the entire terrain is difficult.
Yeah, we'll leave the fireball template up there, and that's till the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, there is just the ground is blanketed in shards of ice. The other two that made their saves, they also take half damage, right?
Yes.
So that is 14 each. I need to look up Armor of Agathis real quick to see. Melee attack. 5 temporary hit points. Okay, he takes no damage, but his Armor of Agathis absorbs. You see the leader, his name is Kalos Nalf. You don't know that, but as
I've
he's
seen him before.
I thought you killed the other guy. I don't know.
I don't think so.
As
He
he's
showed up
pelted
to
with
burn the place down.
Oh yeah, this is that guy. As he's pelted with shards of ice, you can see the ice armor he's wearing explodes outwards like ablative armor, blasting away the assault, and he remains unharmed. Is that it for you?
I think so. Let me just double check. Yep.
Okay, at the top of combat. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's wrong. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Two, 8.
It's getting hot in here.
Yep. Oh god, the bartender's dying.
No, he's in the pantry. He's fine.
Yeah, it's not going to burn through the wall, but
Well, on my screen, the fire's right on top of his face.
no, sorry, it's not going to burn through the wall to where the assassin is. But
The bartender.
there you go.
I
The
said
bartender is.
He ran into the pantry.
I mean, as the fire, like he's not just going to stand there and let the fire spread over him, right? But so I'll have him move. He'll back into the corner, and Scribble, you can hear him like trying to get through the windows to get out, and he can't. He's stuck. As the fire spreads behind you. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Good. The next one is 2. 1, 2. Fire on the bar spreads, and the. Oh no, sorry, that was 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This guy's got a problem. And the last one was 1. It would go this way, not into the ice. Alright, fires be spreading, yo. Rogar, the robot dog in front of you slowly rights itself, a little bit slower than before, and attacks you again. Probably none of these are going to hit, but I gotta push the buttons anyway.
Lunalia would have shouted at the end of her turn to kill the dogs.
Do any of those even come close?
The claw does.
Wow.
The second one, the 15.
Wow, okay. 15 points of slashing damage as it manages to get a sharp trio of claws in underneath your shield. Perhaps raking across your thigh. That is it for its turn.
I'm still going to use the superiority die on one of the others to retaliate.
Okay.
So 8 damage.
8 damage. As you counterattack. Scribble. Get hot.
A little bit. So the people who are like at the doors and windows, like, are they just like, what are they trying to do? Like,
You see several people trying to break the windows, trying to get out through them, and the windows are not budging.
so like the glass isn't breaking, and
Correct. You have seen a magically enchanted door before. You would guess that this is something like that. It basically increases the... sorry, let me just bring up the spell here. The Arcane Lock spell. It increases the... it increases the DC to break or force open by 10. So the windows are locked, but they're also basically hardened. One of the patrons picks up a candelabra that was on one of the tables and starts trying to break the glass with it, and you can see it crack, but it doesn't give like you would expect it to.
all right. And so where that girl is at, that's a door, right?
Yes, it is. She is jamming her shoulder into it, trying to bust it open, and it's not budging.
Okay. I'm going to cast the Hound of Ill Omen at this dog that's at Lacerin.
The Hound. Alright. Remind me, you cast that directly on them. It doesn't appear and then run to them, right?
Right.
It seems to work. Wherever this magical field is, it definitely affected Lacerin. You saw he was unable to defend himself magically, but the Hound appears right next to the dog and is able to attack him.
Okay. And I'm gonna take a couple steps away from the fire. Because I don't really want to burn myself.
Yeah, I imagine this person has maybe run over to the corner here.
And can I cast Reduce on a door?
Oh, fuck. That's a really good question. Let's see. Creature or an object you can see within range. Yep.
Okay, I would like to reduce the door.
That's insane. Which door?
The one that the lady's at that the people are trying to run to.
Cool, cool. That is super creative, and I like it. It's within 30 feet of you? You could also cast it and then move. Oh yeah. Got it. Yeah, you cast Reduce on the door, and it shrinks. Still oddly not moving, and she takes a step back in surprise and then just runs through the space around it.
I can picture Scribble, the Kenku, just making the fire engine sound. Woo! Everybody out!
And then I'm just gonna call over to the assassins. You guys might want to help, or you're gonna burn.
Yeah, I'm not sure how spell versus spell works on that, but I like the idea of you shrinking the door and it kind of still not budging, kind of being stuck in space like that, even though it rips off of its hinges. I like it. Alright, sorry, and what else were you doing?
Just calling over the assassins and saying that, they should help or they're gonna burn.
Speaking of which, the calm, seated older gentleman looks around and looks back at the other one and says, I think it's maybe time we leave. And he gets up and just goes to walk past you. You gonna do anything, or?
Punch him in the dick.
Probably not gonna punch him in the dick.
You, you get an attack of opportunity. He climbs up over the couch. 5, 10, 15, here. Do this right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, he can actually make it all the way to the door and out.
As he starts, I'll just yell 10 gold each.
Please. You can't afford us. Alright, the Enchanter on her turn.
Where does my hound go on the initiative?
Oh, sorry, right after you. Yeah, I will forget him if I don't put him in here. So, pretty sure he goes, right there. And that's just a single attack? There we go. The strength save is to keep from being knocked prone or grappled.
Is to be knocked prone.
I believe he fails it, so...
LeProne.
LeProne and Pro move because that breaks the grapple on Lacerin as well. Lacerin tumbles to the ground with the... Nope. Tumbles to the ground at the same time, but the construct breaks its grasp on him, sort of further unraveling and then forming back together into its own body as the hound tears it down. And sorry, that was also 10 points of damage. It's looking somewhat injured. There are scraps of metal littering the ground about it. The Enchanter's turn. She speaks softly into the air and then nods. You hear her call to Kalos behind her. This is getting out of hand. We still don't have eyes on him. Should go. And then she is going to cast... yeah. Lunalia, Noro, Scribble. I'm gonna need you to make dexterity saving throws as she casts Fireball.
Ah, Jesus.
Fuck everyone in that corner.
Yep.
Does it hit the other assassin, though? That's in
Rip!
the corner?
Oh yeah, no, it hits him for sure.
Also, the accolade through the wall, maybe?
No, it doesn't. It
It
doesn't
won't
go
go
through.
through the wall.
Oh, shitty.
But it'll catch all these other innocents in it.
It spreads around corners, but there's no path for it to get that far. So let me just I'm just gonna get rid of it because you already know it's there. the DC was 14. Scribble's the only one that does not save. Taking the full... did not actually roll the damage. Taking the full... Wow. Some low numbers. Nothing
Thank
over...
God.
Well, a D6 is, yeah. Only one over halfway. So Scribble, you take 24. Lunalia and Noro take 12. The assassin here takes... oh god, did I not... Oh yeah, he'll be fine.
If I'm raging, is it half of 12?
It
It's
is
magical attack,
magic
so
damage,
full.
so it's full.
Okay.
What's the... is that a...
That's for the door, for the enlarge.
So the door snaps back to... Sorry, she made it up. The door snaps back up to full size. Hanging kind of oddly from its hinges, one of them broken. He did not make his dex save and takes the full 24. And I'm gonna roll a E6. Ooh, that's bad.
Oh no, the assassin's gonna die.
As everything flammable in the area just bursts into flames. Probably spread that out a little bit more. It covered this entire area, and it's not fair for it to just be all in one corner.
So, did it hit the mage hunter as well?
It did hit the mage hunter, and I need to roll a dexterity save for it, which it fails, so it takes the... Actually, it is
24.
magic. It is magic damage, so it does make its save. It takes the 12. They are resistant.
And I'm imagining all of the other patrons are just fucked, except for that guy up there.
Yeah, except for that. Yeah, I mean, these people have like 9 hit points. There are bodies hitting the ground around you as the flames clear. That is her turn. She's going to move back a step. Louis closes the distance yet a bit more. Hellos Nalth's turn. He doesn't have a whole lot of good stuff. He turns towards... Let's see. Takes a step forward. Turns towards... Turns towards Lunalia. You see the tattoos on his bald head rearrange themselves, twisting into a spiral on his forehead, as three level, yep, 3 distinct sickly green beams sort of lash out in random directions, twisting and spiraling into a single beam that punches out towards you as he casts Eldritch Blast.
Oh, wonderful.
From a spiraling, new spiraling tattoo directly in the center of his forehead. That is a ranged spell attack. Nope. Make a ranged spell attack. There it is. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
That is Oh, sorry. He's gonna make 3 of those, 1 for each. Bad.
Yep. Nope.
So the first 2
Oh
hit.
no, sorry, that is my armor class.
Okay.
Oh,
For 3d10 force damage. Oh, actually, Eldritch Blast. Yep. And 1 more. Ugh. 16
That's
points
only
of force
16.
damage as
16?
as the spiraling sickly green beam lashes out towards you and hits you square in the chest. That is going to be his turn. On the Mage Hunter's turn, it turns from Noro back to, actually, Scribble is closer. Going to move towards Scribble. Noro, you get an attack of opportunity on it as it turns away from you and lunges at Scribble.
I would like you to hit it
Damn
really
it.
hard. That's not it.
Oof. It's low to the ground as it goes for the small Kenku, and your axe just whiffs over top of it. Scribble, it claws you twice for, oh god, 13, 11, and then it goes to bite you. Thankfully missing, as it hits you for a combined 24 points of damage with its claws. Are you still up?
This is fine.
Oh shit.
oh, right, time and
I
place.
got
would be
plenty
saying
of
that.
health left.
What are you, like 1 hit point?
Yep.
Oh my god.
He'll be fine. He's okay, folks. Just a scratch. That
He
is
survived a rock before. It's fine.
that is its turn. Rogar, the badly damaged mage hunter, one of its legs torn off, is still standing in front of you, aiming to fight.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, these things they're fairly tough. Oh, and Scribble, I think it goes without saying that you feel the magic leave you again.
As well as your
That's
life.
fine.
It's definitely, like, you see this thing up close and in your face. That gem in its forehead is definitely the source of the anti-magic cone.
So that's 10 more damage. This thing's gotta be fucking dead soon.
You hit it for 10 more?
Yes.
Gonna hit it again? Shield bash and hit it again?
What does... hang on. Yeah, shield bash, then hit it again.
Oof. Ain't no beating that.
I'm just gonna roll preemptive. Wait, hang on. Oh, I was hoping for a 20.
You knock it prone again. And
Knock it dead.
So
It
14
is-
damage.
it is hanging on by a thread.
Alright, fuck this thing. I'm moving past it and running towards these guys.
I think it can attack you at disadvantage while prone, right?
I
Do
think
I
so.
is it technically difficult terrain if it's prone now?
Nah.
Cool. It wouldn't hit.
Nope.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, making it to this guy.
There is, so the stairwell to his left is engulfed in flames. And it's threatening to burst out into the hallway as well.
Use your ice breath. Oh, you don't have ice breath.
I do.
Yeah, he
I'm
does.
going to use Action Surge, and I'm going to cut him down.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
In half. He had 9 hit points. In fact, you know what? He throws up a... Oh, boy. Does he have shield? He does have shield. He throws up his hands defensively. You see a shimmer of blue-white magical aura surround him, and your sword goes right through it.
Then, yeah. Breath weapon into the stairway, I guess. If I can hit all the fire in there.
Yeah, I'll say you can. You don't need to roll for it or anything. The fact that you're expending something with such limited charge, and it's so cold, you put the fire out in the hallway, or in the stairwell.
Am I able to tell if there's more fire upstairs, or is it just down here?
You don't think it's spread.
Okay. And I'm going to stare down the... Huh?
And you do see another acolyte at the end of the hall.
I'm going to stare down the hallway at him.
Silhouetted in flames. Alrighty, the mage hunter here stands up and
You don't take an attack of opportunity for standing, do you?
no, not that I'm aware of. He's going to... What's that?
In previous editions, you did, but not this
Mhm.
edition.
He's going to claw twice at the hound for a total of 21 points of slashing damage.
That's rude.
Do you want me to adjust the hound's damage or hit points, or?
Yeah, I don't have it.
All right. He starts at 37, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's down to 16. I don't know if you can see that or not, but
So if he's
No, I can't see
attacking...
his health.
If he's attacking the hound, does that mean that Lysarin is no longer in that field?
well, I mean, he attacks the hound and then he's gonna bite Lysarin again.
Ah, got it. Never mind.
Oh, Lysarin didn't get a chance to move because he's not on the initiative, so.
He is not. Oop. That's not what I intended to do. I intended to click that. Oh yeah, he bites Lysarin and Lysarin goes down.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep. Well then, that's interesting. Noro, your turn. And the mage hunter is still hanging on to his unmoving form. Noro, it is to you. Fire all around. Robot dog.
Kick that dog.
Dickhead in the corner.
I want to push him one square over. Can I push him into the fire?
I mean, you can.
Doesn't he have scribble in his mouth?
No, the bite missed.
No.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna try to shoulder charge it and hopefully push that cone out of Scribble's way as well. Would that be athletics or? is that
It's just a
Be a
straight
shove.
grapple.
Or do you want to use your ring?
no, because I want to occupy its space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you pick it up and move it. You can either pick it up and move it, or you can shove it. It's your choice.
I shove it into this flame.
You shove it into the flames. It will take damage at the beginning of its turn. Is that right? When entering the fire and at the beginning of its turn? I like that. That works for me.
Yep. And then I'm gonna second attack.
So it takes 4 points of fire damage.
You got this, Noro.
Been poopy.
I'm free.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna say that, just given the way that Noro picked it up and chucked it, who knows? It did something like this, or I'm gonna take it away for this turn. Like it's upside down on its back, on
Maybe
fire.
it's staring at the enchanter and
Oh my
Kalos.
God.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna roll a d12 for Hands of the Clock to see which way it goes.
Nice.
Hopefully it's a 3
Just
or 2.
we're playing
Yeah,
a game
one or
with
two would be good.
we're playing a game with dice. Let's see which way that rip.
Directly
No.
at Noro and Lunalia.
Fuck. Nine o'clock.
Oh shit, you rolled a 9?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck me.
Got him. Wait, I'm still safe.
Yeah, you're still fine.
Yeah, you're good.
How you doing, RF? You having fun tonight?
To be honest, I am fucking fading here. This has to be the last round for me. I'm
Well, you're not going to get back in time for any combat anyway.
right. Yeah, exactly.
Nor were you gonna? Oh, there we go. Unfortunately, a 16 is just shy of it. You cleave into
Is
it.
it prone?
It is prone. Does he get advantage? He gets
Advantage.
advantage. Yeah. Yeah, roll it again.
Stupid fucking dice.
Oh.
Oh no. You cleave into it, and somehow you hit a soft spot where the armor bends and snaps back, deflecting your axe. That, I think, is it for you. This guy. Rogar, the acolyte at the end of the hall, has nowhere to go.
Oh, poor him.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He has no choice but to cast a spell. And that spell is gonna be...
Oh, is the cone doesn't go through walls either?
it does go through walls.
Oh, then he's fucked.
He goes to cast a spell. He puts his hands together in front of him to cast Burning Hands with his last first level spell slot, and nothing happens, and you see eyes behind the mask go wide.
Rogar's just gonna look at him. You're so fucked.
As he reaches to his belt and pulls a dagger. That is his turn. The assassin in the corner.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, this was only round 2.
He gets, yeah. There's a lot of dudes.
Well, can we let RF go to bed since he's falling asleep and won't make it back for combat anyway?
Yep.
Night, RF.
I kind of have to do the same.
Well, I mean, we
I
can.
mean, I was
well, I mean, we
thinking,
should-
let's get through Lunalia's turn, and
Okay,
we'll end
okay.
it at the end of the second round of combat.
yeah, let's
Okay.
get, if we get to the end of the combat round, it'll be a little easier to pick up where we left off.
Okay.
And this won't go a whole lot longer because something else is gonna. A couple of things are gonna happen.
Ooh.
But we'll save those for next week. The assassin bolts for the door. Rogar, you hear footsteps in the distance. Lunalia, it is to you.
Okay, and I know my magic's gone. I can feel it.
You can feel it, but you also, I put the cones on the map for you guys because now that you've observed these mage hunters and the way they move and the way they look in your direction, you can see it laying on the ground on fire. That gem is pointed directly at you, and you have an opportunity to move out of its field of view, basically.
Okay.
and then
So
cast.
she's going to move up here. And she's going to cast Blight on the enchanter.
Oh shit!
Big
It's
hitter.
a con save.
Oh, Jesus.
Save.
Whoops.
Has the Blizzard Hailstorm spell been going this entire time?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
They only take damage at the beginning of it. It just makes it difficult terrain.
Yeah, and
Got
so
it.
at the end of your turn, it goes away. But before that happens, the blight spell lands home. And
Yeah, it only
how
does 17.
17, 16 hit points. How does
Nice.
it look?
It sucks all of the moisture out of her. She becomes decayed, dried, shriveled like a mummy.
Her mummified form hits the ground, and the skin of her face and hands just cracks and shatters as her desiccated corpse falls to the ground. D.E. dead. That's fucking cool.
So powerful.
You know a druid's pissed off when they cast Blight.
Yeah, it's even badass in Solasta.
And I think at that point,
Well, that's the end of the round, I think.
at the end of
I'm
the
last.
round, her words to Kalos finally hit home as you see the look on his face as he watches her shrivel and fall to the ground. He is starting to think about leaving. And I think we will leave it there.
We'll see you next week.
Wow. This is intense.
I think I might have made it a little too complicated. But
Just a little too many guys.
yeah, geez. But those acolytes, they just
The acolytes are nothing, though.
they
Like, they go
pop
down
when
in
you
one
sneeze
hit.
at them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
I mean,
mage hunters.
they're literally just there to start fires as a complication. Yeah. Well, thanks everybody.
Guys.
Thanks for going along. Sorry it took so long. RF, if you're still there, man, clutch move getting him out of there. He was going to be in rough shape, possibly captured, and be a lot harder for you guys to get back in touch with if you didn't do that. So that's... Sorry you missed out on combat, but that was pretty clutch.
Yeah, again, I am sorry that I'm not there to help support the party in combat, but Louis is very confident that he made the right decision. Chasing,
For sure.
this is the mission accomplished,
Yeah, and I feel like it was fair to give you guys, that one turn, like you can feel the magic fading, do something right now, because you're all already on edge waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
Treat it more like almost like a held action, right? Like,
I'm gonna have a word with Keldra Maloro about his hires. He
yeah.
needs to vet them a little better.
Well, there's a thing about that. They were hired to take his money and pretend to work for him, well before he hired them. So.
Oh, well, that's a spoiler.
No, but I mean that's the Black Blades are very, very loyal to the coin once they receive it, and that was what they were hired to do, was pretend to work for him.
Night, Hammer.
Night, guys.
Night, everyone.
End the stream here.